just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah!
And I'm sure a pro wrestler such as yourself will appreciate all the closet space, Hitman.
Ooh, this place has got old man stink.
Ooh. Don't listen to him, sir.
Seth Rollins, I'm coming for you, boy. And I'm coming hard.
Thank you.
I don't care. You come in my face, I'm gonna fight you.
Brutus the Buck, take a look at this. Brutus, this is incredible. What a package.
Well, you're not gonna bust a nut anytime we're in the ring.
After I beat you and satisfy all the Hulkamaniacs, I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
But I want it too, and I had to fight inch for inch to get this, and I'm not about to lay down on my back and let someone cover me.
You excitement, step into his.
Come Tuesday, I love that idea. You might have saw it coming tonight, but come Tuesday,
I'm gonna come on you like nobody's ever come on you before.
Brutus, this is incredible. What a package. I'm gonna eat his ass.
I'm coming. I'm just going to come as hard as I can.
look at
size of that ass!
I am sick and tired of playing around with kids.
I mean, for God's sakes, I came.
I don't come.
What exactly is a female dog? It's called a bitch, is the term.
I'm Ricky Morton. I'm from the old school. And when it comes to getting down, they say I'm the best in town.
Biscuits and gravy, dick, balls, pussy, ass.
Booker, I want to have sex with your wife. It's sexual, baby. Perverted sex. Bestiality sex. It was so bad that my balls were black. And my dick.
Yo, homeboy, welcome to the hood, brother.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That's Phil S. Marks.
Fucking Mark!
And let's get into things, man. We have a jam-packed show as people are filing in. The Ricochet MS comment drama explodes online. Ronda Rousey causes IWC meltdowns. Dynamite is on live here tonight, the follow-up to Revolution. We're going to see what goes down there. And we have, you know, the dirt sheets are melting down and covering up Ricochet's situation. The IWC split there on his comments, so we're going to cover some of that. We have miscellaneous news. We have WWE news. It was Booker T Appreciation Night and all of that good stuff. So everybody lock in. Make sure you stay locked in. Make sure you guys hit like. Make sure you hit subscribe. Make sure you retweet. Make sure you hype the videos. That's the new thing. Hype in the vids. Okay, so you guys got to start hyping the vids now after the and yeah, all of that good shit. If you're watching on X, hit heart, hit retweet, and yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight. What else? Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes and yeah, that's pretty. And then Phil Marks Out, I guess, my other YouTube channel, which has been, I haven't done much, but I'm going to drop a couple top 10 lists, I think, that have to do with the Green Lantern over there. So we're going to get to all of that and more. I hope you guys are doing good. Member Monday was a hilarious, epic one. So if you guys missed that, memberships are 99 cents. You can super chat in or gift memberships if you want to support what I do here at PWT. The Member Monday show this last Monday was like so fucking epic that you guys, yeah, it's only 99 cents, so it's a fun ass time, and I appreciate you all. Hope everybody's doing the damn thing, and we're about to do the damn thing. And so I want to get into the juicy stuff. I want to warm up here first with miscellaneous news. We skipped over it, I think, last time, so there's some piled up in here that I want to get to before we jump into the WWE and AEW news. If there's time, maybe some sickos. And yeah, I hope everybody's locked in. Round of applause to the PWT universe for always showing up and filling out. And I see people are filing in, but I'm just going to jump right into light news. And I think, yeah, indie miscellaneous news, light news, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But either way, we do call it bad news here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, in good news, and we're going to talk about some indie stuff, we're going to circle around to John Laurinaitis, who recently, as of like a few hours ago at the most, started going viral for AIing a picture. We're going to get to that, but first, Ase Wrestling. Director Ryan Coogler discusses Ase Wrestling's next show, and they'll be live from Bloom Studios March 22. That's in a few days. The tickets are on sale now at blumenthalarts.org. Go and check that out. And Ryan Coogler, so he made like Black Panther and shit. You know what I'm saying? So let's hear what he has to say, and it's awesome. You see Mark Henry there in the background. He'll be a part of it. And it's awesome to see someone like Ryan Coogler like getting involved in pro wrestling. Wrestling's hot again. I know people say like WWE is hot again. No, man, the indies and all of these other organizations are hot as well. Like look at TNA. They continually are growing every week in their viewership. And I mean, if you guys want to say AEW's hot, okay. I mean, that's what the wrestlers are saying. If you guys want to say, no, AEW's not hot, okay, that's fair. Like Ring of Honor's not hot. Nuge is kind of struggling. CMLL's hot. And then AEW, I mean, I know Dave's like, it feels like a hot promotion. Maybe that's the case, but the indies are heating up too. So is WWE, TNA. A lot of these places are going like wrestling's mainstream and cool kind of again. It's still that carny redheaded stepchild. It'll always be that. But I don't know, man. Ryan Coogler, wrestling fan. So let's
What's up, everybody? My name is Ryan Coogler. I'm a director of Footwear Station, Black Panther, and most recently, Sinners. And today,
and Sinners, yeah. I mean, how many awards did that shit win? Best actor. I actually don't know. Did it? I hope it got like best score and whatnot.
I'm here to tell you about something that's near and dear to my heart. It's a show called I Say Wrestling. They got a show coming up March 22nd, live at Moon Studios in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I'm here to tell you something a little something about it. I Say Wrestling is a black-owned professional wrestling company owned by the Intergalactic Soul, Darius Lockhart, one of my favorite professional wrestlers. He is not yet 40. He has put together a company that's real culturally inclusive for professional wrestlers all over the world. Me personally, I didn't grow up a fan of professional wrestling. Once I found out that there was black people inhabiting the space, I got involved with that. The world's strongest man, Mark Henry, gonna be there.
So he didn't grow up a fan of wrestling, but this he became one. You know what I'm saying? So that's really cool.
The championship is on the line with Darius Carter fights Cedric Alexander. I say women's championship is on the line. Charity King, Janai Kai.
Janai Kai fucking rules.
That's Zenzi's favorite wrestler, Charity King. So I'm a big fan of Charity, So be there March 22nd, I Say Wrestling, live at Bloom Studios. It's gonna be an amazing time. $25 general admission, $10 for kids. Make sure you're there.
$10 for a kid, $25 for a general admission. That fucking rules. Moving along here, after departing WWE last week, Road Dogg will no longer be appearing at WWE World, but he is pulling up to WrestleCon alongside, oh, you didn't know? Billy Gunn better call somebody. So they're going to be together. Come together. That kind of rules. And if I think they're having a match too, which Billy Gunn can definitely go. That Road Dogg can still go and do his little what does he call the move? Like I forget what he calls it when he does like the jab and jive or whatever. I forget, but either way, he's gonna go do his thing. In other appearances, Dakota Kai will make her House of Glory debut on April 16th. And JD will be there. Oh, go at the Palms Casino Resort. That rules. We talked about how Steph DeLander canceled her one indie appearance because she was going to do this ACW show. I'm not sure if this is the same one, but because there's a few ACWs, but I think this is the one. And I mean, look at this. They set up for 1,772 people, and they drew 1,712 people. This is from like about a week ago. Fuck with us and then we tweak and hoe. And there's 60 tickets. I'm sure this is sold out. So they sold out like Dynamites roughly do this number. ACW, and they've had like Nick Nemeth, Big Trouble, Ben Bishop, some of the names you guys already know. We've talked about this, but round of applause. The Indies heating up. Indies heating up. So it's good to see. And hopefully that's the one that also SDL with a $ ho is on. MLW champion, RPW champion, and now speaking of ACW, at ACW Aftershock, Killer Cross won this title. He's the belt collector, Cross Omega.
Killer Cross becoming
becoming an independent wrestling belt collector that's completely dominated wherever he sees fit. Let it twist up for those belts. Scarlett Bordeaux playing a massive role in this one on the receiving end of some offense from Richard Holiday, which sparked the beginning of the end of Richard Holiday's second championship run here at ACW.
Killer to the cross with a Scarlet Bordeaux. So, in other indie news, independent news here, what do we have? Victon, the felon, escapes again. This is from Mystery Wrestling, and this popped me, dude. This was super funny.
Look out!
So here's like this guy, he's like a killer, or he's Nails. What was that guy's name? Nails mixed with Vader is what he looks like.
Look out!
Comes Victon. He hits the
You're just
ropes.
listening.
He's getting up some steam. He's grabbing even more steam.
He's going to do a dive, and then he just runs out of the ring and runs away.
Left the door. Oh, he's gone again.
And he's like an escaped convict.
Well, we have there goes Victon. And he's on the wild streets of Gatineau, and he's off, and he is completely gone. Again. Well,
I know Jim Cornette's like blowing a gasket, seeing some shit like that, but it is pretty funny. Like a prisoner is your gimmick, and you don't just take the chance to run away.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Oh, that rules. So that popped me. Moving along, yeah. Josh Barnett's Bloodsport is going down. We know Pete Dunne will be there. Also, the Shooter, Natty Neidhart will be there. Yuji Nagata will be there. Josh Barnett, of course, is going to participate in his own thing, because why wouldn't he? And so that rules. In other ex-WWE on the Indies now Legends news, okay, it should almost be WWE Legends / WWE Side Quest should be like its own folder almost at this point. But Kane goes full WWE mode in the middle of a mayoral speech and slams someone through a table. Get the tables down out. Down.
we have great nightlife.
Kane Dudley.
Markets. You know who I am, right?
He's pulling a Matt Morgan.
Well, yeah, I'm mayor, but that's not all. So, as I was saying, welcome to Knox County. I hope you all have a wonderful.
It's satanic. That's not conservative. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Kane's a demon. That's not right. So, in other news here, Buff Bagwell's celebrating 3 years sober. Shout him out. Crushing, winning, doing the damn thing. Paul Ellering says, thank you, fans of the Road Warriors. So the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame inductee in Ohio, in Skibbity, Ohio, in 2026, the Road Warriors and Paul Ellering. I mean, they deserve to be in every fucking pro wrestling award or Hall of Fame, rather, ever. So Hulk Hogan was left out of the Oscars 2026 in memoriam tribute. Now, that's just fucking hack. I mean, listen, he was like a television / pay-per-view star more than a movie star, okay? But he was in movies. He was in Rocky. He did have a cult, like whether you like Santa with muscles or not, it's like a culturally, he had a cultural impact, and he was in these movies, and everyone knows what Santa with muscles is or whatever. He has these movies. Everybody knows what they are, whether you go back and I don't know if any of them garnered any like cult followings or whatever, but you know, they might be bad, but he was like Thunder Lips and it's Hulk fucking Hogan. It's kind of hack to leave him out. And they left some other people out. Now, some people, if you want to argue like, okay, he was more of a television star though. Okay, fair enough. But I don't know. They should have put him in. Let's at least show his picture, right? What harm does it do? So WWE Hall of Famer Rob Van Dam welcomes twins with wrestler Katie Forbes. And I forget their names. I think one of them is named after Sabu, or like her name's not Sabu, but it's something. Whatever. The kids' names don't matter, but they had their twins. They're here. They're healthy. They're safe. And that's all you can pray for. And shout out people like Rob Van Dam's that dude. He's still a big enough star. People, I don't know who all reads that anymore, but they got the exclusive. They went the old school celebrity route, and instead of fucking telling a dirt sheet about it, what did Mr. RVD do? He went to an actual celebrity, an actual magazine that people probably still read. And, you know, he let the story out that way and made a deal of it. And I'm just glad that everything's going well for them and their beautiful family. Shout out Rob Van Dam. And again, he's one of the legends that he shows up. They put him on screen. He gets a huge pop to this day. It'll always be that way. Rob Van Dam is like the, how do you explain it? Well, he's Rob Van fucking Dam, but like to MMA fans, it's like Nate Diaz. Let's say if you show Nate or Nick Diaz, they don't have to fight ever. And people are going to cheer for them. They fucking rule. And Rob Van Dam's like that dude, but in like a different way, because he's just that cool stoner guy. Whereas like Nate Diaz is the cool stoner guy, but he'll like beat your ass. But RVD, we know what he did for pro wrestling. And he's one of the guys who like flipped around and did ninja kicks and shit, but it just wasn't fucking phony and whack in every company. I mean, WCW kind of had him early on. Then he went to ECW, did his thing. But WWE always had their eyes on him, too. Like, he was always a guy who, I remember when he finally won that WWE title, it was like, oh, fuck yeah. Like, everybody accepted RVD everywhere. He fucking rules, even when he was a heel. And that's the thing, too. He pulled off a heel by just being like, the cool dude who will like ninja kick your ass and do cool shit that no one else can do, you know? So, yeah, shout out RVD. I'm always going to be a Phil S. Marks for RVD. So it's official though. Eric Bugenhagen, which is, what was his name? Rick Boogs in WWE, I believe. Him, Jesse Goddard's. You have Camille's over here. She's over here now. And who else? I think Wardlow is in. Here's Wardlow to the right here. I thought that Tom Latimer. No, so it was just Camille. I thought maybe they got Tom Latimer too, but it's all good. You guys see it. Jesse Goddard's OVW TNA star, I want to say. I think he was in NXT for a bit. You have Wardlow, AEW star, former WWE star Rick Boogs. You have Camille, who's an NWA and somewhat of an AEW star. They're all in American Gladiators. It premieres in about a month from now. No. And I'm going to watch it. I love the old American Gladiators. They got a lot of gladiators here, though. Like back in the day, I don't know if they had that many. I know they'd rotate out a few, but there's a really good American Gladiators documentary, I believe, as well on Netflix or one of these streamers that it's a few episodes. If you guys were into this when you were kids or when you were younger, I suggest you checking it out. And I'm excited, and I'm excited for the pro wrestlers. I'm excited to see Wardlow and Camille on TV. Imagine that. Imagine Camille and Wardlow on fucking TV.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Imagine that. And The Miz is the host, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. I think they filmed 2 seasons of this, I don't know if did the first season already air. I'm not sure. It's on Prime. I got Prime. I was just watching Beast Games. I have to watch the last episode of Beast Games. It's just like a mindless, you throw it in the background while you're eating dinner, or whatever. It's just a show where you're like, oh man, that's a lot of money. And everyone's like, holy, yeah, I'd do that. Oh yeah, I'd fucking sell this guy out I'd hit the button if the clock ran up to 1 million, I'd fuck my team over for 1 million. It's a fun show. And so I have Prime. I'll definitely be watching American Gladiators. That'll be fun. And I can't wait to see Wardlow and Camille on TV, not gonna lie. And Jesse Goddard's is cool too. And then Rick Boogs was always cool too. It's just like he was a Vince guy through and through, where he wasn't the best wrestler, but him like, oh, I'm gonna shred guitar, man. Like it was cool. It was kind of cool, but they just didn't really have anything good for him in WWE. So good to see him getting work and whatnot. Speaking of old school throwback shit, and then I guess I kind of skipped over this one. This is just how the Lucha Underground Temple looks today, and a lot of ex-WWE stars, Chelsea Green, Penta, they came from here. So this video surfaced of how the old temple looks. I mean, shit, you could have a match. Knowing Lucha Underground, look, I see a ladder, a scaffold, some padding. You could have a fucking match right there. Could film scenes right out of there. So in other news here, the Slamfest shows at the Palm have exclusivity to CMLL wrestlers for WrestleMania weekend as a part of their agreement. It appears this hadn't been communicated to everyone in CMLL and their wrestlers until recently, so they had to cancel some CMLL talent who didn't realize they couldn't appear at this shit for whatever reason. And so in ex-WWE guy news, Rezar, and we talked about this, and we have Alberto Del Rio as well, but Jism, I think that's how you pronounce it. Don't bare knuckle KO me for butchering it. I'll just call you Rezar, if that's cool. Gazim Selmani, FKA Rezar in WWE. He fought on his BKFC debut at BKFC Newcastle, and we talked about this before, and I broke it down. He's 4-2 in MMA. His victories are by submission, I want to say. Maybe he's got a TKO win, and his losses are him getting TKO'd. So I was like, dude, bare knuckles a whole other beast, where you take a guy like Mike Perry, and he, I think, lost like 6 fucking of his last 7 fights or something like that. Maybe I'm making shit up, but it's something like that in MMA. But in MMA and boxing, I believe. But when he bare knuckle boxes, he's a savage. Like, it's just another layer of savagery you need to bare knuckle box. And some people are just better at that than they are at like traditional boxing or standard MMA. And Rezar, my worry was like, okay, is he savage enough to go? Jack Gallagher, you guys remember him from NXT UK or the Cruiserweight Classic or whatever. He is a good bare knuckle boxer. He was decent, and it's like, does Rezar translate? Now, I always assumed he was like more of like an amateur wrestler. I guess he was like a judo player for a little bit, but he does have a kickboxing background, although it's like Golden Gloves level. Not to shit on anybody who goes and trains their hands, but like he won like a pro title, but it's the way like Andrew Tate won a title. I broke this down before. It's like one of those, it's like a KSW title or whatever the fuck it's called. So I'm not trying to diminish it, but it's like, okay, regionally, he's a legit 300-pound dude with hands. He's going to beat everyone else. There's a lot of those titles in pro combat sports, just in general. Okay. In MMA, there's fucking regional titles. You're a guy who's 4-0. You're holding 2 different weight class titles. Like, this happens all the time. So I wasn't trying to diminish him in any way, but it's like, man, bare knuckle boxing, I don't know. We'll see. Well, it turns out he's a fucking savage, and he got a W, and he's talking a bunch of shit, and there's hype on this guy, and they're like, former WWE superstar. Let's take a look at his handiwork here. And he's in the blue. Nice jab. Boom. And just hands. So again, like in boxing, it's harder to punch through someone's guard like that. I mean, you have bigger gloves on, and bare knuckle, it's very much like you're just punching right through people's guards all the time, and this guy just goes down. I mean, you do not want to get bare knuckle punched by a dude throwing weight at you like this. Let's take a look at that combo once more. Boom. Put him down. And he's like, I can't, I swear he's talking to the ref, I can't go. Yeah. He's talking to him, I can't go. And then Selmani's talking shit. He's like, get up. And he's like, motherfucker. I'm for it, dude. And then he cut a promo after. And these guys there, it was heated before, you know, because the other guy was talking shit, saying like, you know, this guy comes from WWE and thinks he can take my spot. This is real fighting. So let's listen to Rezar's promo here. No Paul Ellering too. Should have let him talk.
I'm here to knock motherfuckers out anywhere in the motherfucking world. Come get it, motherfuckers. I'm fucking done with everybody, motherfuckers. Give it. Get it. Fuck this place too. What? Give it. Give it to me. I'm the motherfucking Albanian psycho. I'm the motherfucker who came from WWE to this place. I fought my ass off and I'm here. Thank you to David Feldman. Thank you to Conor McGregor. I'm here to stay, motherfuckers, whether you like it or not.
You know, Conor loves this shit.
The Albanian psycho.
And I like that he's leaning into the heel. Like, whether you fucking like it or not, I'm here to knock.
Has arrived at BKFC, the most dominant, the most crazy combat sport in the world. Let's fucking get it. I'm ready for anything. I'm here to knock motherfuckers.
Yeah, and I mean, if people get behind this guy, you could get yourself some good, like, you know, Big Ben Rothwell, I think, went and did bare knuckle recently. I think you have Andrei Arlovsky doing shit like that. So again, or yeah, he did. They fought each other. So you have another guy that, I don't know, maybe after a few fights, BKFC works a little differently. Like they'll throw this guy in there if they think he's ready for sure. And I'm glad he's cutting heel promos. He also said that, and we have an interview with him on Ariel Helwani's show. And so he talks about a backstage altercation in WWE that led to his release. And he said there was an incident with the Wyatt Six, and it was very unprofessional. He revealed it was, this does have to do with the Wyatt Six. So who knows who in the Wyatt Six was trying to step up to this dude, or maybe he interpreted the situation wrong. Who fucking knows? Let's hear what he had to say about it. And shout out Ariel Helwani and the Ariel Helwani show and the boys in the back.
One last thing on the wrestling. Could I just ask about the end? What happened with the Wyatt Six and all that? This thing that people are saying led to you leaving the company. Can you tell us?
Yeah, there was an incident, you know, very unprofessional from one of those guys. I don't know their names, you know, I don't want to go into it too deeply, but there was an incident at one of the holiday tours that we did. And yeah, somebody tried to switch up the match during the match. And, you know, there's just a no-go for me, especially if you just been in the company for a little bit and we were already there for a long time, you know.
So Akam and Rezar, they were there longer than... So let's break down the Wyatt Six. They weren't there longer than Bo Dallas. And you have to remember there was a release for a little while. Then they were going to do their own shows. And then people from WWE went back to WWE and then they followed suit, right? Like they were going to host Nia Jax on a show and shit. And then she bailed out to go back to the Fed. And then they went back to the Fed. So let's think about the Wyatt Six. They weren't there longer than Bo Dallas. They weren't there longer than Nikki Cross, I don't think. Maybe around this. No, I think Nikki Cross probably there longer. And then Loomis and Gacy. Yeah, I think Akam and Rezar were there longer than Loomis and Gacy. And then Eric Rowan was there longer than you guys, too. So it had to just be Gacy and Loomis had to be the guys who they're looking at. Like, I wonder if we can. They said the holiday tour, so maybe someone was there and could pinpoint the match, but. You know, it was definitely Loomis and Gacy.
You don't do that. And yeah, I just had to let somebody know, and that was the end of it.
Wow. So is that happening in the middle of the match, like you're talking about this, or you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they tried to switch up the match in the middle of the match. So, I'm a professional. Even if I got to take a beating in a wrestling ring, I do it. And if you're gonna be a scared little, bitch, then it's not my fault. So I will let you know backstage.
And the result was you winning, and they tried to change it to you losing?
No, it wasn't like that. It was certain moves that we did.
Got you.
Some of the guys didn't want to take it because they were we're big guys.
Yeah.
So if we lift you up and double spine buster somebody 5 nights in a row, then the sixth night, somebody can complain, but don't change it during the match.
Sure. No, I get that. And that was it? There was an argument backstage and then you were done?
Yes.
Did you think that was fair?
So like Loomis or Gacy didn't want to take a double spine buster? The bonsoir?
It happened. I'm okay with it.
Okay, you're at peace with it.
Okay. Yeah.
And when that happened, did you consider other options in wrestling, or did you feel at that time that was it?
No, that was it. We knew that was it. We, especially Paul and Sonny, we talked together, and obviously we always leave the door open. But for me, it was clear. I had to go back to combat sports and do my thing.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, well, he's victorious and he picked the right sport, definitely. So in other boxing news, now Alberto Rodriguez, Alberto El Patron, Alberto Del Rio. What was his name when he fought in MMA as well? Alberto Del Rio. I think he was like what the fuck was his name? What the fuck was his name? Did he just go Dos Caras Jr.? Dos Caras Jr. That was his name when he fought in MMA. And Dos Caras Jr. famously, Alberto Del Rio, he's had worked shoot fights. He's had MMA fights. Here, let's look up his record here. But this isn't the first time he's taken on like a celebrity fight. And now he can't wrestle in AAA. So what is he going to do? He's going to do these celebrity matches or whatever. So his Lucha de Apuestas record, which is a hair versus mask situation, his name was El Patron Alberto against Brian Cage in a hair versus hair, and then Dos Caras Jr. in a mask versus mask against Darquito. So those are more like having mask versus hair. That's like you get your own record for that. So in MMA, his final record was 9-6. Now he fought Tito Ortiz in MMA, and to me, it looked like a worked shoot fight. It did not even look real, and it looked like Alberto. And here's the thing, too. You guys got to realize something. Guys like Alberto know how to work shoots, okay? So, and back in the Pride days, and I'm not trying to take anything away, Pride FC in Japan, where Alberto Del Rio, as Dos Caras Jr., fought Mirko Krokop, okay? And he got KO'd with a fucking head kick, and he wore a lucha mask. You guys may remember that KO. I've maintained for years that he threw that. Here's the thing, right? So Chael Sonnen and other people have revealed this. In Pride, they would go to one corner, and they would go to one camp and go, hey, so he's throwing the left high kick, right? Okay, so you go down, whatever. Whether it not Del Rio's a worker, whether Krokop really head kicked him or he knew the kick was coming and ate it and went down and sold it, I don't fucking know, but I wouldn't put it past him. Like Dan Severn is notorious for doing this. Dan Severn did this with Kenny Omega. Okay? Dan Severn has over 100 and some fights where a bunch of them were just work shoots. In Pancrase, they worked shoots, and then they had actual shoots, right? And Boss Rutan's like, yes, they worked shoots. I never worked a shoot. They knew I'd never do that. All my fights were shoots. But Minoru Suzuki, yes, he was a savage who really beat people up, but he fucking worked shoots too. So did Ken Shamrock. Frank Shamrock, I'm sure, did it. And some of these old fights, like, you really don't know whether some of them are real or not. So I'm not saying he threw his fight against Crow Cop, but Chael Sonnen has told stories like, hey, everybody knew the left high kick's coming. And in Pride, you would give people like Fedor freak show fights or exhibition fights where, and it was smart, man. You'd give Wanderlei Silva a fight where, you know, he might fight the best in the world and then he might fight two fucking cans or two guys. It was more like boxing where you would get reps in. You would actually beat guys in between fighting like the absolute best of the best, or you'd like, you know, they'd have a tournament, so the opening round fight might not be as dangerous as the later round for you or whatever. They knew what they were doing. They knew how to build stars, and they knew how to get guys wins, not to pad stats, but like, you know, you're the best in the world. You're fighting the best in the world in the UFC every single time. That's why you see the titles jump around. That's why you don't have as many stars with longevity as far as like dominant reigns. I digress, right? But Crow Cop head kicked Dos Caras. So he did this boxing match here to bring it back to current times, okay? And Del Rio starts getting pieced up by Chuy Almada. And then you guys will see it. He gives the nod to his corner, and they fucking hit the ring. So, again, this is how you work a shoot as well. He went in there shoot boxing this guy. He probably knew, I'm going to get pieced up, or if it goes south for me and I can't whoop this guy's ass, I'm going to nod. You guys are going to hit the ring, and it's going to be, and we're going to go viral, baby. It's just like when Del Rio talked shit to Tito. He talked all this shit. He just came sprinting at Tito pretty much. Tito takes him down. He just gives up his back and gets choked out. It's the easiest way to work a shoot. He went in there wearing the lucha mask against Crow Cop. Crow Cop's the best in the world. Like, truly, it doesn't mean he's any less skilled or he wasn't one of the best in the world. He fought guys like Fedor. He fought guys like Wanderlei. We've seen that Crow Cop was the best in the world, but hey, we want to make some money. Let's go. Let's send out a freak show. Let's have Dos Caras go out there, talk a bunch of shit, and then get head kicked. And you know what I mean, dude? That's how you build stars. Del Rio's always known what he was doing in these MMA fights. And again, his record was 9-6. So he had a bunch of finishes in Mexico. But it's like submission, rear naked choke, submission, guillotine, submission, rear naked, submission, rear naked, submission, neck crank. He had one KO head kick. But otherwise, it was all submissions. It's like those are the easiest, like choke submissions are the easiest ones to work in a work shoot. Same with heel hooks and shit. I digress. Let's watch this clip. This went viral, and this was crazy. So Del Rio's in the black and gold here on the left, and they're wearing headgear too. So he's just hands are down, like hands are just down. Oh, he's just eating left hooks. Look at that. He looks at his corner and gives them the nod, and then they fucking hit the ring. Like, you can't tell me he didn't have this planned the fuck out. Look, he gives them the nod, but he hits the ring like it's the Worldwide Wrestling Federation. Look at this shit. And they know what's up. Like, Patron knew what's up, dude. One more time. Like, come on, guys. Is that not like they're wearing headgear? I don't know. Was there gambling on the line with this? Like, that's crazy how he looks right at Buddy, gives him the nod, and he just hits the ring. Like, that's how a fucking schmoz, man. Leave it to Del Rio to pull a fucking schmoz at a influencer boxing event or whatever, man. What a genius. What a great worker. Like, he's done. He knows it. He's got wobbled from that left, but he hits the ring. Fight gets thrown out, and recently something similar happened with Wanderlei, speaking of him, and he got fucking knocked out by like a random guy who hit the ring, fucking starched Wanderlei. So again, there's guys just brawling, and Del Rio's just standing back, and he's like, well, no finish, buddy. I didn't lose, bud. No contest. So that was fucking hilarious. To end miscellaneous news here on another funny note, John Laurinaitis, and we made fun of him recently for posting a video being like, I'm gonna be on the trail again. Come and see me at the fucking WrestleCon. I'm gonna be signing pictures. I'm back. Johnny Ace is back on the indie circuit. Right? And so John Laurinaitis posted this picture and clearly AI'd the image of him signing like it's this huge, like there's this huge turnout, right? Like all these guys have the exact same fake Under Armour AI hat, right? And he AI'd this picture of a bunch of people being there at his signing, and people quickly called it out. Like, boomers, we can still tell what's AI, okay? If you're 35 or younger, you can pretty well point out fucking AI. So he AIs this picture, and of course he wants people to think like he's hot, and then he'll get booked at more cons, and he'll get booked at, because I'm sure it's, you know, people aren't trying to get in business with Laurinaitis. So he quickly deleted his post after everybody on X accused him of using AI for his meet and greet, right? And then other wrestlers started trolling him. These are a couple that I found funny. There were more, but I wasn't going to bookmark all of them, 20 fucking things. But Rhino is a legend for this. So Rhino posted this. I want to thank all of my wonderful fans who came out to my signing over the weekend. It's much appreciated. You packed the house, and I want to just let you all know in no way is this AI or fabricated in any way. So just getting felted by Rhino. We move along here, and then JBL dropped this video. And this is what AI slop is used for.
Thanks
folks.
a lot. Appreciate the support. You guys are the best.
And it's so funny. They're just cooking him for obviously AIing an image, trying to keep his business up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. That was light news before we get into AEW news, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, that's funny as fuck. So, ladies and gentlemen, Will Ospreay just wrestled, and he came back. What do you guys think about Ospreay's return? It was a short match. Dave is talking about, well, he's going to adjust his style, Brian. Okay, so why does he have to do that? Because the shit he did was stupid, and then he's going to adjust his style in wrestling matches, right? But when he made his return at the pay-per-view, he did like a fucking Phoenix splash off the top rope and shit. And then you have Ospreay getting jumped by the Death Riders here, and then he just gets up and then interrupts the Bang Bang Gang's entrance to beat the shit out of the Death Riders some more. Like, it's just stupid, man. They don't know what they're doing. That was the worst booked return ever. Other than the match. Like, the match was, I mean, he shouldn't be back yet. And like Austin Gunn, who hasn't been on TV in like a fucking year, is in better shape than this guy. You know what I'm saying? So like Ospreay should have came back jacked up like Triple H. Like, they have months to build up to All In, do they not? Like, they should have waited a little bit. Yeah, people are saying like Offspray and shit. I think I saw chat saying that too. That was a terrible return segment for Ospreay. Especially when they have so much time. But I love Ace Austin in the Bang Bang Gang / Bullet Club Gold. I do like that. Okay. Yeah, chat. What do you guys think about that? Let me know. Tons of likes and everything. It's weird because it says that my thumbnail was made with AI, which is weird because I didn't make it with AI, but I did use like an image enhancer on this to make everything like look crispier and shit, you know? So maybe it just detects the AI because it does use AI to do that. Interesting that X does that. I actually kind of like that because again, we just talked about it, like Laurinaitis posting that AI image, like he thought people wouldn't notice or what? Like that's crazy. Just it's all good. Everyone uses AI. If you use Google today, you're using AI. Siri, all of that shit has been AI for a long time. You know, so don't virtue signal about AI, just incorporate it. Yes, don't waste it on, like, I agree, there shouldn't be like AI slop YouTube channels taking up real estate and shit on the net. I get it, you know. But yeah, it's so funny to see that happen, and I'm actually for them like pointing that out as it becomes more prevalent. And some, like, you know, old people are going to get scammed. People are going to use it if they haven't been already to scam old people. And I don't fuck with that. You know what I mean? How long will he adjust his style? How long before he goes right back to what he did before? Well, once he realizes the adjustment isn't getting him over, he'll just go back, rest on his laurels. And again, Dave is going to glaze it. Like he doesn't even have to do that style and he'll be so good. And it's like, okay. And then he'll still give it 5 stars. And it's like, okay, Dave, but Ospreay objectively does not sell as good as like a Sami Zayn or Seth Rollins even gets accused of not selling good enough. And he sells like 10 times better than Ospreay. So it's just going to expose like Dave's bias towards people that he just is in love with, you know, which we see the dirt sheets do all the fucking time. Does Ricochet get fired from AEW? We're about to talk about that in a minute. An unsanctioned coffin match. Yeah. So then why is it a coffin match? That's fucking stupid. And this is the 7th one in about 5 years, as someone pointed out. So let's get into AEW news, guys. Let's get into AEW news. AEW news. So we're going to talk about everything but the Ricochet stuff, and we'll save that for last. And we had a good time on Member Monday. If you guys want to have fun with some of the Ricochet shit, make sure you become a member for 99 cents. Check out that last stream and get your bump. Get your Phil Marks bump. That was a great time. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for All Together Now in chat. Ichi ni Sanda for AEW. So Jack Perry is the new AEW National Champion. So good for him. Ricochet had this whole battle royal sort of built around him, like he was the expected guy to win. I think Jack Perry being in it, though, you could kind of tell he was gonna get his eventually. And good timing for AEW because Fingershay caught a lot of heat online, which we're going to get into in a bit. But yeah, Jack Perry wins the national title. It would mean more if like any of these belts meant anything. The national title, the continental title, the what is Moxley again? Or yeah, he's the Continental. So what's Okada? Is he the unified champion still, or is he the fucking international champion? It's just garbage. AEW's mental. And when people sweep for laziness like this, it just drives me nuts. You can sit there and say like, oh, WWE's lazy because last second they're doing a bunch of crazy shit. Okay, that's fine. But like, what do any of these belts mean? So shout out Jack Perry, I guess, for winning that title, but I don't know how much it meant. Wayne Brady choked a bitch, or actually pie-faced a bitch at Revolution, which, again, this thing says 12K sold out, but 25 seats front row are open next to Wayne Brady. And they fucked up. They pulled a TNA. They left all the front row seats open. However, like, the people sitting there are the people who aren't going to be there at the pre-show. Okay, they're going to roll up when they want. A lot of them are allowed backstage and shit like that. However, it wasn't a fucking sellout. The building was not sold out. Wrestling does this where they go, oh, we sold the setup out. It's fucking cringe. You know, I'm not going to get hung up on it. Like, okay, AEW, they sold out their setup of 12K, even though that building can seat like 20K or whatever people were pointing out. So it's not a sellout, okay? They did a good house. Shout them out for that. Raw did like 15,200 and whatever the fucking next night if you guys want to play that game. So that's just the weekly Monday show compared to your pay-per-views. So Double or Nothing's going to do a similar number. And you know Tone padded the shit out of these fucking seats. It's fine, whatever. All the companies do it. I'm not going to hate on them. But again, like everyone running with the sellout. And then WrestleMania's not sold out. Okay, but there's 40,000 both nights. So like, why are we doing this thing where we nitpick over here and then we don't nitpick over there, or we point something, the exact one-to-one thing out for one company, and then you don't want to do it over here? And that's always been the MO of the dirt sheets and of the fandom. And that's never been more prevalent and obvious than it is now currently with the current landscape of the IWC and whatnot. Let's take a look, though, at Wayne. Is Wayne Brady going to have to choke a bitch? We'll get Don Stevens for me playing this, bro. So
on Wayne Brady, this is
it would have been funnier if Wayne Brady did choke him. And so Wayne Brady glasses off.
Yes! That's the bitch slap! Now what?
I think Taylor is trying Wayne Brady.
It would have been funny if he made him smoke a pipe, and then Shane Taylor's like, what's that? That tastes weird. And then he's like, damn, Shane, I didn't know you like to get wet. And then Shane's like, what do you mean? And then Wayne Brady's like, that's PCP. Angel dust. You guys ever see that Chappelle sketch? That's so funny. Wayne Brady makes Brian Gumble look like Malcolm X. Oh, shit. Okay, moving along here. So Revolution went down and Switchblade posted this. And so he calls it AEW Revision by accident, but that's actually a good fucking name for it, because Dave is going to have revisionist history or do revisionism when it comes to the actual pay-per-view buys and the trends. Of course, he loves to look at YouTube and Google trends when it comes to the UFC and TNA and shit like that, but he doesn't want to do it when it comes to AEW because he knows it makes him look stupid, and he keeps perpetrating this lie that even Brian Alvarez is calling out. He's lately trying. Brian's like, dude, the pay-per-view numbers don't make sense. Right. And Dave's like, well, you know, people rotate. Let's say there's 4 people. They flip a coin and take turns. Who buys the pay-per-view? Right. Because Dave's just a mental retard. And he doesn't realize that when he says everybody, everyone, the general consent, everybody thought it was all. And he just like everything he says is absolute. And he thinks he speaks for everyone when he's in a bigger bubble than anyone. It's craziness. And that's why people pull the pay-per-view conversion percentages and they don't add up. Even just the way they go up and down, not even how large they are. It's just like how they go up and down and shit. It's an anomaly, right? Like none of it aligns with anything we've seen previously. And I think that's a testament to how fucking kooky Dave's become when he tries and perpetrates this shit. But one thing he doesn't do is look at the YouTube pay to watch live numbers, and Switchblade does. So shout out Switchblade for this. And Switchblade says AEW Revision currently has 1.9K people watching the live pay-per-view on YouTube. This would be equal to World's End, but way down from Forbidden Door last year, which peaked at 5.2K live viewers. At best, based on past trends, I'd expect it to grow at most by 100 to 200 viewers. That's what Switchblade says. And then he follows it up. Okay? And where it went to, and he even gives them credit, and he keeps updating. So it grew to 2.1K, then it grew to 2.2K, and then it peaked at 2.4K was the peak. 2.4K was the peak. Now, the reason this is a good indicator of who's buying the pay-per-view and whatnot is because it's pay to watch. And it's a good, because YouTube is Google, and it's a good indicator of Google trends and whatnot, and how many people are paying to watch this shit. You're not going to be sitting here staring at a black screen talking in their chat, like maybe, and I'm pretty sure you're not even allowed to chat in their chat unless you're, like when I do a member show, I don't think you can jump in the chat unless you're a member. Well, you can't. So if it's a pay-to-watch pay-per-view, I'm sure you can't even partake in the chat unless you paid to watch it, right? And so they peaked at 2.4K. So Forbidden Door last year peaked at 5.2K. So let's look this up. So how many pay-per-view buys did AEW Forbidden Door do 2025 do, according to Dave Meltzer? So let's see what they pull up. Approximately 125,000 pay-per-view buys. Okay? So that's what Dave Meltzer reported. 125,000 pay-per-view buys for Forbidden Door last year. The YouTube trends. Now, more people watch YouTube and use YouTube than anything else. Okay? So it's a good indicator. Now, Dave wants to use Google Trends when it comes to TNA pay-per-views and UFC and all of this shit. So as Trick Willie would say, let's talk about it then. Let's talk about fucking trends, right?
Let's talk about it.
And so we have to look at this number because I wonder if Dave has, let's look it up. How many pay-per-view buys did AEW Revolution 2026 do, according to Dave Meltzer? I doubt he even has the numbers out yet. So there has not been a finalized estimation. But if he says, oh, it's 150,000, Brian, remember this, that 5.2K on YouTube was what Forbidden Door last year peaked at. This one peaked at 2.4K. And Switchblade even said, surprisingly, 2.4K, but Switchblade's spot on with this. He said, I expect it to grow at most by 100 to 200 viewers. So it grew 100, 200, and then when it grew 300, 400 viewers, he was like, oh, I'm pleasantly surprised. It's actually surprisingly up a couple hundred more than I thought. So he's giving it credit where it's due, while also being critical of it and pointing out, if Dave Meltzer says that this show did 150,000 pay-per-view buys, like I'm sure he's going to lie and try and say, oh, it's a hot company, then we can pull his card and be like, dude, I really fucking doubt that. Like, how do you explain that then? Something that doubled the interest almost last year did less buys. Now, we'll see. If Dave says, oh, they did 115,000 buys, okay, then maybe he's at least trying to be fair. But he doesn't look at the Google trends and the YouTube trends. And again, this isn't to bury AEW. It's to bury Dave and the biased fucking people are like, why do you let what Dave says and Fightful say and shit bug you guys? Well, because they don't say shit. When Ricochet talks shit, they don't cover it. When Tyra May Steele has a dream about WWE firing her, they all cover it and go, Tyra May WWE release story. They all cover it. They all have an article. Ricochet says some shit that outrages people. No one's got an article. All of a sudden, we're all on vacation and shit. And then he apologizes. Boom. Everyone's talking about it. So we have to hold these people feet to the fire. It's dishonest media. People are sick of that shit. Welcome to 2026. Welcome to the fucking Fox News, CNN fall-offs. Why do you think those shits fall off? Because people are tired of bullshit. People are tired of fucking bullshit, okay? They just want to hear, like, they want to have fun. And this show's number one priority that what I do is fun. Fuck the news and all that shit. And then they want to be informed. You got to inform them a little bit. Okay. And I'm not saying everybody's got to be a fence sit and fill. Stand on what you believe in. But people are tired of like over the top, clear bias, you know, no matter which way it goes. So, yeah, the IWC, of course, because they're fucking the dirt sheets. They're 5 years behind real media and real internet, the internet and sensibility and all of these things. So they're just coming into their era of having their feet held to the fire. And that's why people care. Why do you care what people care about? You know, shut the fuck up. So anyways, moving along, we're going to get more into that in a little bit. And so Revolution went down. There were problems, man. So I think Triller had some problems. I might be lying about that. Which ones had problems again? So Prime, I think, worked well. HBO Max had fucking errors. I don't know if My AEW internationally had errors. I think they might have. And we covered how Tone, in the middle of this, while this was going on, these blackouts of the pay-per-view, he was posting tweets, but he had his comments turned off. And then as soon as the problem got resolved, he turned his comments back on. So it's crazy how they do this shit to like even Tone. You can see it, how Tone takes measures to shield himself from online criticism. And then the dirt sheets follow suit. And we're not supposed to point that out and go, hey, why are you treating everyone like they're stupid? We're not fucking dumb. You know what I mean? So anyways, though, HBO Max app was having problems. This is Aaron Rift of NoDQ.com. He goes, HBO Max app is ass. I won't be using it again. And here's a video he posted. So let's move along here. The Rizzler triggered a bunch of people too. And everyone was so triggered by so much shit. And one thing people were triggered by was like, and again, people are more sensitive to this shit, like the whole PDF philia fucking type stuff. You know, not to get into the fucking world of conspiracies or what have been proven real conspiracy, whatever the fuck, okay? You guys know the files, not the X-Files, but the other files. All that shit. People are hypersensitive about this stuff. There's a lot of crazy, like, teachers mixing it up with students in the news. It feels like every week there's a new story about some shit like that. And of course, predators are going to go where children are and shit. So people are hypersensitive to the shit. I fucking laughed when the Rizzler rizzed up the that guy just chuckled. It's like, well, that's his gimmick, right? So it's not like a serious show. Now, the way she sold it, like, ooh, I'm into the Rizzler. She should have sold it more like it should have been more like, look at you, you fucking what? You think you're going to rizz me up type thing? Like she should have side-eyed him maybe, would have been the appropriate response, I guess, and it wouldn't have triggered people. But yeah, the Rizzler even triggered people. They're like, oh my God, you guys are supporting pedophilia and all this shit. And I mean, okay, if that's your interpretation, his whole thing is he rizzes people up. It's just I don't know. I didn't even think of that at that moment, but okay. And maybe, yeah, watching the clip back, I was like, she could have maybe, I forget her name, who was on the outside of the ring selling the rizzling, I guess. He's rizzling right now. Maybe she could have sold it more like, you really think you could get me? Oh, really, player? You know, like that sort of side eye, like, cute, but you know, you're a fucking kid. Like maybe she could have played it more like that. But the Rizzler, he got, Wayne Brady choked a bitch and then Shane Taylor smacked a bitch. What did the five fingers say to the Rizzler's face, motherfucker? And then Big Boom AJ hit him with a spear. And I don't know, man. I'm not like, if I'm Shane Taylor, are you letting a kid spear you down? Like, that kind of buries you, no? A little bit. Does that not bury you? A little bit. Letting this dude spear the shit out of you? He's a kid. And you're a big dude like Shane Taylor. You know? So, in other AEW news, yeah, so Triller did crash. So Hang 'em High says, my pay-per-view crashed on Triller. Hello. So that sucked, and that happened at Revolution. The Revolution merch stand was abysmal. And again, the company that's like, oh man, we're for the people. And then you show up in these shitty print that probably wash off after 3 washes, right? It's probably not even pre-shrunk cotton, right? And and they're charging 50, 60 for these fucking 65 for this garbage mask that you could get at White Castle with one of their Happy Meals or whatever. Fucking 300 for whatever this. Oh, it's signed by a bunch of wrestlers. And it's just all AEW shit that you can see here. So the merch stand wasn't really cooking, gotta be honest. So also at Revolution, Ronda Rousey showed up. Okay, but before that, Tony Khan went silent during AEW Revolution as HBO Max streaming issues continue hours into his show. It's great! And he just turned his comments off. And it's like, damn. And then an hour later, once it got fixed, he turned the comments back on. We chronicled it here on PWT Live as it went down. So at Revolution, Mystico officially became All Elite. So he was poached from CMLL officially. And what else went down at Revolution? So Ronda Rousey showed up. We're going to talk about that in just a second. What do we got? Yeah, so here was the Rizzler rizzing her up. So take a look at this. Is this like, maybe she's being too flirtatious with him? Yeah, like, I mean, if the roles were reversed, like if it was a guy, if it was an adult man and a little girl, like that would be, people would go fucking nuts. So I totally understand why people would be like, that's fucked up. You know, I totally get it. Guys, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Wrestling Chico has been a member for 8 goddamn months. I acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much for your membership. So guys, this unsanctioned casket match is going down. Now, it started with like a pre-taped thing where Darby Allin and Gabe Kidd are fighting, and then they're in a car wreck, and then this car flips over, and then fucking when Gabe Kidd fell out of the car, the crowd started laughing at him. Like they laughed like it's a comedy sketch, man. That's the thing. The crowd doesn't give a fuck. They're not hot for this at all. They don't give a fuck about Gabe Kidd versus Darby. Darby's bleeding. It's a coffin match. They have a straight jacket, and they can't even get a "you sick fuck" chant going. And the crowd's just really dead, man. And I just think they now botched the Ospreay return. They're botching this coffin match, and then also it's unsanctioned in the middle of the show. Like, what the fuck is going on? How do you have an unsanctioned match in the middle of the show? Not even at the end. So stupid. This crowd is so flat. Damn. Okay, guys. Yeah, let's get into this Ronda Rousey stuff. Here, I just want to put this. I see something here for the Dave Meltzer folder. Okay, so let's head over here. Oops, I'm just jumping all over the place. I'm over here now. Oh. Okay, so at Revolution, here, I'm going to pull this up here, this Ronda Rousey stuff. Damn, dude, I could use a Twisted Tea. Who else is getting the Twisted Tea ad? So, okay, yeah, let's head over here. So Ronda Rousey, or actually really quick, I guess sorry, I just seen these other super chats, members chats come in, whatever you want to call them. As I'm just shuffling things around off screen here. Okay, so we'll go back to this graphic, I suppose. Sorry, chat, I'm all over the place. Sky JD has been a member for 18 months, man. That's such a long time. Thank you so much. And then DJ Evo has also been a member for 18 good goddamn months. I appreciate it so much. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen, Brian.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Thank you, guys. And I, of course, acknowledge you for your membership.
Acknowledge me.
No one will say it, but the adjustments Nielsen made. Cash Monet's been a member for 15 months. Fucking spectacular. Thank you so much, Cash. And no one will say it, but the adjustments Nielsen made to its methodology added 200K to Dynamite and Collision. Is that true? I don't know. Gay. Both will retire before Trevor Murdoch at this rate. Empty calories. Let's scroll. Exactly. No pop. Good point. How do you have an unsanctioned match in the middle of a show? This is awful. This coffin match is clearly not as safe as those classical coffin matches. It's cringy. I don't understand the whole appeal of the Rizzler. I'm just overall just burnt out with celebrities in wrestling. Yeah, I can see that too. Dunn Did What Now has been a member for 9 goddamn
come
months.
on now, Eric.
Fucking amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, chat. Everybody locked in. Let's fucking go. Please hit the like and the heart. Yes. Hit the like, hit subscribe, retweet, all that good shit if you want to support. Appreciate you all. Memberships are 99 cents. And we fucking had an amazing last member show. Like, I implore everybody to check it out. But let's go back over here and let's talk about some AEW. Okay?
Wrestling's not fake!
So Ronda Rousey debuted in AEW. She wrestled before in ROH. And of course, like, looking at last year, they re-uploaded Ronda Rousey's ROH match and it got more views than like Moxley and all their other shit. And so Tone and Marina Shafir are like, let's fucking bring Ronda Rousey back for a couple matches or whatever. I'm sure Tone reached out to her and, he hears her talking shit about UFC, which he loves, even though he tries to pretend he's friends with Dana White, even though Dana White probably doesn't even give a fuck about Tony Khan at all. Let's just be perfectly honest about it. So Ronda Rousey, right? She debuts at Revolution. Now, I popped for it. I think Ronda's a net positive, just star value-wise. Of course, she's not like the biggest draw out there, but just to have her name attached to, like, even in WWE, I didn't shit on her so hard. Now, she didn't understand, like, I know she'd shit on the fans, but as far as like her in-ring work and shit, it didn't come second nature to her. Her best match was just her first match, and she should have kept it special. Like, she should have just fucking showed up now and again or at WrestleManias. Of course, some of that's on Vince, But like her match with Kurt Angle and Stephanie and Triple H was fucking awesome. Let's be honest, because of her and her draw power and her name value, women were main eventing Mania and shit like that. You know, she put people over in big spots and it helped their credibility. Whether Becky Lynch wants to admit it or not, Ronda Rousey helps Becky Lynch's credibility and whatnot. Now, Ronda Rousey sort of hurt everyone's credibility by shitting on wrestling so much. And then it's funny that she shits on wrestling so much, and to her, wrestling's like this fake bullshit and she'll really beat everyone up. But then this is the real wrestling show, and then she shows up, and then it's like Sid going to ECW. Of course, the sickos are going to lap this up and eat it up. And the last time Ronda Rousey showed up in ROH, she was literally doing the same moves she did in WWE, but what did all the fucking sickos do? Oh, man, when you actually let her wrestle, she can actually wrestle good. Well, she was doing the exact same shit she did in WWE. The exact same moves, the same fucking comeback, the same everything. Now, when it comes to like, you know, people are people melted down about this because they're like shit she said in the past and all this stuff. I don't even know what she said. I don't give a fuck either. I'm not one of these people like fucking Trey Miguel should lose his job for some shit that he said. The Briscoes shouldn't be allowed on TV for some shit one of them said. I'm not even in the camp of Ricochet should be fired for what he said. I'm not in the camp of don't work with Ronda because of what she said. Like, fuck all that. That's stupid. Especially when it's like a long time ago, or even if it's recent. I don't fucking know. Here's the thing. Unless it's some fucking Roman Polanski level shit, but that's the entertainment business for you. It's pick and choose who you cancel. They blackballed Brendan Fraser from the fucking industry because he spoke up behind the scenes about people doing fucking pervy weird shit to him. And then they all stand up in their monkey suits and applaud Roman Polanski. That's what fucking Hollywood is. That's what the entertainment biz is. Trey Miguel gets fired for shit he said. Ricochet, again, for all the sickos who defend fucking Tony. Why do you care, you pussies? Ricochet shouldn't have been fired. Sure, or Ricochet shouldn't be reprimanded. You guys are all soft. Okay, maybe, but you're all the guys who cry and fucking sweep for Tone whenever people criticize Tone for firing Trey Miguel for saying shit. You guys all defend him and protect him and, oh, it was WBD and he could do it. He runs the company. It's his choice. Yeah, absolutely. But then he should fire fucking Ricochet if he's keeping the same energy. It's just that simple. Like, we're just talking about logistical consistency, logical consistency. That's all anybody wants. Consistency from the dirt sheets. This is why people get mad and call it out. And you can sit there and pretend you're fucking, I'm a wrestling writer. No, bitch. You have scoops. You report on fucking news. You have a $5 fucking website where people go for scoops and exclusives. You interview wrestlers. You write columns on wrestlers. You interview them. You have contract news and all this shit and exclusives. And you melt down whenever someone questions your credibility. This goes for Dave, Sapp, and the rest of them. You're a fucking journalist. Period. That's what you do. Hey, I make Big Macs all day and I serve them through a drive-through window, and there's a big sign with a golden M with 2 golden arches on it, and it's called McDonald's, but I don't work at McDonald's. I'm a beef patty observer. I'm a beef patty connoisseur. What the fuck are you talking about? You're a journalist, dude. Like, it's that simple. You can't just cop out and say you're another thing. Okay? And if you are that other thing, then why do you guys care when people question your fucking credibility? Why do you care then and spurg out so hard? Oh, because you really are a journalist? So you go, oh, I'm not a journalist, I'm a wrestling writer. Okay, then your sources are wrong and you lie. No, I fucking don't. Dave Meltzer, well, you're a fraud, old grifter podcaster. Okay, well, how the fuck is that the case? Then why do you care if people question your sources and what you're saying? Why are people so adamant to prove, oh, no, they have fucking source? Who gives a shit? Then, if they're not journalists, it's fucking cringe, okay? And so speaking of Dave Meltzer, we can get Flutes in the chat because here's his take on the Ronda thing, because you know Dave loves Ronda all of a sudden now. You know Dave just fucking loves
the
Ronda.
Young superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So
And look at how he fucking words this shit. Look at how he words this shit. So he goes, it's good for them, AEW, to have a strategic alliance with her because in the real world, whether wrestling fans like her or not, in the real world, her name carries a lot of weight, Brian. A strategic alliance with Ronda Rousey. Shut the fuck up. Whether wrestling fans like her, in the real world, her name carries weight. Yeah, buddy. So now you're just saying what everybody said before when she was in WWE. When she was in she's a draw right now, and even if she wasn't with TV executives, her name carries a lot of weight. With TV executives, see what he's trying to paint? This narrative he's trying to paint? With TV executives, her name carries a lot of weight. Well, why would TV executives care, Dave? Are you trying to say that they're going to be fine with a TV deal now? Oh, yeah, TV execs are going to want to get in with Ronda Rousey. Really? Because she's been trashing the UFC and Hunter Campbell and these guys, Dave. And you don't study the business, or you would mention that part and go, she's been trashing people who are very friendly. She's been trashing TKO people who are very friendly with the Paramount Ellisons and all of this shit. And that could be a problem. She's directly going head-to-head, calling out Hunter Campbell, Dana White, Ari Emanuel, and these guys, calling out TKO directly. She's called it out at the Netflix press conference. And they're directly competing with fucking UFC. And there's like a new air of like tribalism in the MMA world, which is pretty funny to see. And it's going on right now. And Dave doesn't mention that part. Just, oh yeah, she holds weight with TV executives. Yeah, sure. Netflix ones right now. And she's burying the other ones. She's burying the ones that have the other biggest MMA thing. And then Netflix are in bed with WWE, so they don't fuck with AEW. And then you have fucking Paramount ain't going to fuck with AEW either, dude. At all, especially after the shit Tone talked. And now Ronda's talking shit and she appears on the thing. Like, Dave sucks at his job, or he would also include that aspect of it because it's very important and should be noted. It's just the fucking facts. And I tweeted this out. Ronda Rousey shitting on UFC lately is not going to help Tony Khan and AEW's case with Paramount either. LOL. Just saying. And it isn't. You know? There's another tweet I wanted to read that someone put out about Ronda. Pardon the scrolling. And yeah, so this guy Drago, Notorious 401, says, I hope dirt sheets that are in attendance at the press conference ask about Ronda and the comments she's made in the past. I don't even know what they are. Trey Miguel wasn't allowed because I think she like believes in flat earth and shit like that, maybe. Or am I talking shit? I know that's AJ Styles. And whatever, man. Let them believe. What are you, belief shaming? Right? What do we... No, I think some dudes proved it wasn't, though. They went and filmed like the 24-hour sun with a bunch of flat earthers, right? Like this dude like flew a bunch of the most prominent flat earthers out to like Antarctica and shit, and then they filmed the 24-hour sun, and then they were all like, oh, fuck, I guess we're wrong. Oh, shit. So Trey Miguel wasn't allowed because of stuff he said and apologized for, by the way. Who am I kidding? They're probably going to ask that clown about his Waffle House order. Everybody goes to the Waffle House order, and I don't like that dude gets shade because that's better content than, oh, so we know that TV's great and everything's great, Tony, and this is a really great event and everything's so great, and it's better than not addressing the Ricochet MS comments until the apology's made, and then they all talk about it. I think the Waffle House question is a good bit personally, so I'm going to stand up for Muscle Man Malcolm when it comes to that shit, right? And so, speaking of Revolution, though, a bunch of wrestlers have been coming out and being like, I want to get booked, and Johnny TV was like, I want to get booked, and people thought Jay White was coming back at Revolution. People thought Britt Baker's going to come back every fucking pay-per-view. People thought AJ Styles was going to show up at Revolution. It seems like in AEW, they want everything that isn't going on in AEW. And AEW, like Jack Perry driving the Jurassic Express bus around and stuff, like they are going very WWE. And if the sickos are eating this up, then it just proves your boy Phil Marks and so many other people right. Like, hey, use the wrestlers you guys are keeping off TV. A bunch of them are the ones we want to see. Okay? Be a businessman. Hey, Hollywood this shit up a little bit. And then it'll fare better. It doesn't mean you have to be WWE light, which is what they're doing. They're doing like bad 1994 WWF.
Just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
And we've covered Deonna Purrazzo begging to get booked. We've covered other wrestlers, Johnny Mundo, Johnny TV, John Morrison recently was begging to get booked, right? And now, during Revolution, we had people posting shit like on this day 3 years ago, Taya Valkyrie made her AEW debut, right? And recently Taya Valkyrie was on her podcast or she responded to some fans going, hey, don't fucking don't question where I am. I'm hosting a podcast that I'm making music and I have this, check out my series on AEW YouTube and all of these things. And it's like, okay, but you're doing and then she's buried in Ring of Honor making dick jokes with MXM, who are getting felted on AEW Games channel with Ricochet, which we're about to get into in a minute. And like, you know, she says that, then she's like, fuck, man, I really want to kind of be on TV. And we saw Angel Ortiz begging to get on TV. He had 2 matches, then he's gone. And then Johnny Mundo comes out, Taya Valkyrie's husband. He does Giga Chad Van Vliet show. And he's like, yeah, dude, you guys have heard about the island of irrelevancy, essentially. Or he's like, Guantanamo Bay is essentially what he referred to. And he's like, yeah, dude, I'm on this island. Or like, there's Tony Khan's island. I'm not a part of it. You know, it's like Survivor. Right? And so Survivor 50, shout out Jeff Probst right now. But Taya Valkyrie was kind of sticking up for like how she's being booked. And now even her, just like Deonna Purrazzo, who was kind of sticking up, she's like, watch me in Ring of Honor. Then she doesn't get booked for anything. She has a title there, just not getting booked. And then she's like, what the fuck? The TNA locker room was the best locker room I've ever been in. She's like posts, hey, you need to let Deonna go back to TNA if she's not going to be used. Like she liked someone's tweet and they posted it or whatever the fuck. So that's just a brief recap. And I babble and say all of that to get to this, that during fucking Revolution, Taya Valkyrie goes 3 years in AEW. I am and look like a completely different person. When given the chance, I always deliver. Tag me in. And I mean, you guys can say, hey, that's just her being coy or just like, hey, tag me in, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Look at me. I can be in Ring of Honor. Right? And so she's kind of like, hey, tag me in. I want a fucking shot here. And it's only going to get worse and worse, Taya. I'm sorry. You can't just accept this position that they put you in. And I'm glad that she hasn't entirely. And so other wrestlers said the same shit. So this guy, K. Faust, goes, we've had a return debut after 4 different matches tonight, but when there's a return staring us in the face, we don't get it. Real Britt Baker, come home. Britt Baker goes, not up to me. Oh, shit. Is the best guy really Tone McCann? She's in great shape. She's tanned up. We've seen her on the red carpet. We know that she would be there if Tone would let her be there. And when Tone gets asked about it, what does he always do? Oh, yeah, Britt Baker's great. She's a part of our family, and we really are fans of this other wrestler. Our women's division's great, and everything's going great, and everything's great. And then he just changes the subject to someone else. We've seen this time and time again. Same with like Karrion Kross, right? They ask him about Karrion Kross. Oh, I love Karrion Kross. Everything's awesome. And then he just starts talking about what's going on his show, which is the smart thing to do. But again, Britt Baker's being benched. Say that 5 times fast. Britt Baker's being benched. Britt Baker's being benched. Britt Baker's being benched. She's being benched for what reason? She was fucking Tony Khan's golden pony early on. Golden tooth, if you will, early on. And now she's not. Why? Because her and Adam Cole fucking broke up. That's what the fuck it is, dude. Thunder Rosa's back. They've had literal work or like shoot work scenarios where they've put Thunder Rosa in a corner and she was bullied so bad in this fucking place, AEW, multiple times, 2 or 3 times. She's back on TV and Britt Baker's still gone. What do you think that is? Do you think when I play you guys those videos of Tony Khan and Adam Cole hugging in his private bathroom and shit, what do you think that is? Okay? She broke up with Adam Cole and now they don't want nothing to fucking do with her. I'm true with you, as Titus Sinclair would say in Ready to Rumble, right? And she goes, it's not up to me. So she'd be on TV and their fans are asking for it. And it sucks. Like, how long did she sign on for? She's probably getting paid in the shade, but it's like if the fans are asking for her, why have her just sitting at home? Release her then. Release her into the wild. What are you scared? She's going to show up in NXT and become a star? She's going to show up in SmackDown and become a star? So you're Vince McMahon. So you're Tony McCon. Steamboat Tone McCon. Okay? It's what it is. It's Tony fucking McCon. It's Toncent McCon. He's just, or it's fucking Eric Bischoff, maybe. But he didn't, I don't know if he was punishing people. He just bloated his roster up. And it's not like Tone couldn't use Britt Baker, but he's just choosing not to. And I'm not the biggest Britt Baker in-ring work fan. Okay, you guys know this. I think she should go to NXT. But like, why hang on to her? Because Tony knows that WWE will blow her up into a star in spite of him. And he doesn't want that to happen. Now, also, this guy here, what is this? Yeah, better not use our Lord's name in vain. No, Chris L. Comedy says, it's wild how most of the pillars have a match at AEW Revolution, but where the hell is Sammy Guevara? We need Sammy back. Yeah, so again, everybody saying these aren't the 4 pillars of AEW are proven fucking right. Sammy Guevara is never a pillar of AEW, okay? All the people they try to push. Jack Perry, no one gives a shit. Darby comes out, does a fucking casket match, no one gives a shit. No one gives a fuck about Orange Cassidy anymore. Garcia and Yuta are fucking goobers, no one cares. Guevara, no one gives a fuck, and he's just relegated to Ring of Honor. He might even have a title or 2 down there. Trios and tag team champion down there, and no one gives a fuck. And so they're like, hey, are you going to be at Revolution? Guevara goes, not up to me, amigo. So, like, it's Guantanamo Bay, dude. It's
the best
what
guy
it
is
is.
Tony Khan.
And I'm not saying push Guevara to the moon, man. But think about this. Mike Bailey is wrestling Davis right now. Mark Davis. Bailey does flips and kicks and all this shit. Guevara was doing that too. Tone got tired of his one shiny toy, and he moved on to a new shiny toy, and he doesn't give a fuck. And they spent all this time going, you guys are the pillars. And then they just don't care. And then Tone treats you like shit. Tone and the Tone Island, okay, where Steamboat Tone and the fucking Super Yacht Kismet sail up to. You got to get a fucking to SS Anne on the Super Yacht fucking Kismet. And Britt Baker had a ticket to the island, to Tone's special secret island, back in the day when she was chasing Thunder Rosa in the bathroom. And her little bully clique were running around fucking, doing whatever they wanted. And then she breaks up with Adam Cole, and MJF gets mad at Britt Baker over some past Alicia tout drama. And then what happens? Britt Baker's nowhere to be found. And I'm supposed to believe Trey Miguel didn't get released because MJF just doesn't. Like, it's obvious what's going on backstage. MJF is his golden pony, right? Britt Baker was one of his golden ponies. Now she's nothing to him. And it just sucks. It's like, release her too, like Trey Miguel. But instead, with Trey Miguel, so he doesn't seem like a bully, he just fucking releases him and they use WBD as an excuse. maybe bully's not the right word, but so he doesn't seem like he doesn't catch heat for like having to be a boss rather and throw his weight around, I think is what I'm trying, not be a bully. When Tony Khan can't throw his weight or doesn't want to appear like he throws, because that's the thing with Tone. He always wants to be like, I'm the end all be all. But then he never wants to take heat for having to throw his weight around. Like even when CM Punk got fired, it wasn't like, dude, that shit's unacceptable in my fucking company. He goes, I feared for my life and I was advised that I should let him go. You guys know what I'm saying? So Britt Baker's no longer in that club. Guevara's no longer in that club. And it's so obvious to everybody. Like, we're not fucking stupid. And them and the AEW brass and the dirt sheets want to treat everybody like they're fucking stupid, and we're not. We see through all of your bullshit. We see through, PO, all of your shit. Period. So, moving along, pardon me. I don't even know what I'm saying. Or maybe I am fucking stupid. All right? Moving along from that. We have other AEW news as I just go off and rant and rave. We have other AEW news to get into. And also Ronda Rousey invited Tony McCann to the fight against Gina Carano because of course he did, or she did. And Ronda's his new little golden pony. But again, everything's back assward. Because he doesn't realize that what this is going to do with the Paramount merger. Like, she's talking mad shit about all those guys right now. So it is what it is, man. What's chat saying? What's chat saying right now? I don't even know which graphic to go to with this Dynamite. We'll just head over here for a second as I recalibrate. I just need some water or some iced coffee. What's chat saying? What the hell is that Osprey entrance? Sorry, I was just chugging water down. Ladies and gentlemen, while I chug more water down, before we get to two fingers deep into the booty hole of this news segment here, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
So, ladies and germs, let's head over here. We're gonna do some AEW news, and then we're gonna end on the Ricochet stuff. Pardon me. So, Dynamite and Collision are tonight from Fresno, California. They have 3,584 tickets sold or whatever. It's not quite a sellout for their setup. Is what it is. For having that many people there, this crowd is flat as fuck. You guys see the Dynamite card there. Brian Cage confirms he has been medically cleared for in-ring return after 3 knee surgeries in 2025 via Muscle and Fitness. So I'm glad he's coming back. Again, Tone paid this guy a lot of money to keep him away from WWE, which is going to happen. Mercedes Mone went off on Ring Rivals. Now look at this shit. People say I do clickbait. Holy fuck. Look at this sicko shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit. 213K views 2 weeks ago. I fucking wish I got 10K views on all my videos. right? If I do 10K, 5 to 10K, I'm like, awesome. This one popped off, you know? I get pumped when after the live stream, it's like 2K watch throughout the, I'm like, word, that's a good fucking, that's an awesome night. 213K views on this shit. I've never even heard of this Ring Rivals. Sasha Banks finally reveals why she left WWE. And then it's like Triple H has her in a power bomb. So I don't even think this is real. Like, this is an AI image. And then he ate my pussy. Like, what the
You what?
Oh my God, dude. And you want to say I do clickbait, at least in my title. If you read the title to my video and then you click on my video, somewhere there's a chapter where I'm talking about the shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's craziness, man. This is insane. So, Sasha Banks, Ultimo Mone. So she's been getting over with me for dropping these titles one by one. And for her calling out fucking some of the sickos. Now, I think she hams it up. I think, you know, she calls out Dave and shit, though. So I'm going to put her over. Monet's getting over with me again. Okay. And Mercedes Monea goes, I'm honestly disgusted by this. The level of disrespect, exploitation, and straight up false narrative being pushed here is beyond unacceptable. No one should have to deal with content like this being made about them. I need everyone who sees this to please flag and report this channel immediately. This kind of behavior shouldn't be tolerated or even given a platform. Yeah, I don't know, man. The internet is a wild place. I think that YouTube is trying to, I bet you if we clicked on that video, it's like an AI guy's voice just reading like an AI script about, you see this now in like every, let's say you follow comedy or movies, whatever. There's like AI slop content where they fucking make an AI video and will literally steal the transcript from someone else's video. And yeah, YouTube hopefully will clean this up, much like the bot accounts on X and whatnot. These channels, you know, come from other countries, not in the Americas, where they've just sort of figured out a way to trick the system and trick the algorithm, unfortunately, to where if you write this, like, it's gonna, why do you think this got 213K views? It's not some guy like giving an opinion and doing impressions and making jokes and hitting sound drops and shit like that. You gotta be a hoe. You know, it's not like a fun thing. It's just like people will click on it. They want to hear about the eating pussy part. Is this true? And maybe people who somewhat believe it to an extent. There could be that. There could be some really dumb fucking people who believe this shit. But at the same time, it's like, it's some salacious shit and it's sexy time stuff on YouTube. So people are going to click on that, I think. And it is unfortunate that, again, like, if I make a title where I'm like, this guy gets felted or this guy exposed, like, that's just playing the game. And this goes for any channel. And you guys see it on YouTube everywhere. You know, the fucking thumbnail has 2 big words or something on any channel you go on, and fucking the title will say something else you want people to click on it, you know? So there's an element of that. But if I say like fucking Mercedes Mone outraged about this post, well, this post looks like she's outraged. And the name of the game is clickbait. That's what everybody fucking does. That's what every news site does. Unfortunately, you're limited to a certain amount of characters. You have 100 characters in a YouTube title. Let's get people in. Right? You have 180 characters on Twitter. If you don't have a blue check, we got to rope people in. Only the first 180 are visible or whatever the fuck. So you got to try and, it's the name of the game, right? But when you do some shit like this, he ate my pussy. Like, that's like fucking, did you just sexually assault someone? You know what I mean? Like, there's like real implications to some shit like that. That's like adult implications there. And I don't just mean adult in content. I mean, like, okay, at what point is that fucking, I don't know. To me, I don't know. Am I the only one who thinks that's crazy? You know? And I'm the first to defend clickbait, dude. 100%, but that's out there, you know, and then to like Photoshop this. Like, okay, go into Canva, edit a guy crying or whatever. I understand that, right? We all do that. That's the name of the game. This is like crazy. This is not even her body, I don't think. This is a totally different human being's body. And I don't know. It's pretty out there. So hopefully YouTube figures that out. They're doing a good job of just like wiping AI body accounts, though. But it's AI tracking AI. So I think that's where they're better at accomplishing that. But at the same time, you're starting to see like channels get banned for just no reason. And then you got to take it up with Team YouTube and it takes forever to get through to them and stuff. So I don't know, man. I guarantee if we click on that video, it's just AI slop. So moving along here in other AEW news. AEW filed to trademark Continental Cup. Which is like, okay. So now it's a trophy instead of Continental Classic. They're going to abolish the Continental title. Who knows? Chris Jericho he's stoked to announce that he'll be playing the lead bad guy on this Sunday's episode of Tracker on CBS, the #1 show on network TV. I play Virgil Dean, and let's just say he's not a nice guy, this Sunday at 9. So it's on Paramount Plus. I'm not going to check this out, but good for Jericho. He is absolutely... round of applause for the legend Chris Jericho. He's absolutely crushing it. He's on a show with Nicole Kidman. Hopefully he goes back to the Fed. I want to see it. I know some people don't. I have a feeling that he's going to show up at the April Fool's Winnipeg Dynamite here in just a couple short weeks. So we will know what's going. If he doesn't show up there, he'll be back in WWE. I fucking promise you. It's one or the other. If he doesn't show up at that April Fool's show, he's in WWE, and that's why. There's only one explanation, and that's what it would be. So Tony Khan says that Hangman is no longer, or Hangman Page he's no longer being able to challenge for the AEW World Championship, and it's just a gentleman's agreement like when Cody Rhodes did it. So in other words, they'll just go back on it, and this is all that's going to happen. And again, nobody's pointing this out. Maybe JD or someone pointed this out. I don't know.
Sure thing.
I haven't heard anybody point this out, but yes, Hangman can go back on it as a fucking heel, but also let's go back in time to when a guy named Stardust used to work when Cody Rhodes was in AEW, okay? So Rhodes didn't want to go back on the I'm gonna win the title thing. Tony Khan may have wanted him to go back on that shit eventually, whereas Rhodes didn't. And that could have been a point of contention back then too. Just allegedly. And Tony Khan is like, Hangman Page, it's just a verbal, a gentleman's agreement. It's not written in stone. It's not an actual stipulation. So he just shat all over the stipulation. Like the heat behind that match was like, oh, he can never challenge again, whatever. And Tone just throws that out the window. It's meaningless. It means nothing. It doesn't matter. What you guys just watched didn't even really matter. Just a throwaway stipulation. Tone, I don't know what to tell you, bud, but you're fucking up, man. Like, that's just, it's such a bad fuck up to just tell us none of it matters. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Not that we needed him to even tell us that, but anyways, Hangman Page is set to take some time off from AEW, sources indicated. So he's going to go away for a little while, then he's going to come back. I'm over here now. And he'll be a heel, and this is Tone's brilliant booker of the year. You know? So we talked a bit about Mercedes Moné, and here she linked up with Sosa. Banga. Sosa. I wonder if she calls him Sosa.
Yeah.
Bang. Sosa. Oh, yeah. One more time. Bang. Sosa. Let's go. That dude's next up, man. I'm fucking telling you. His Impact match was good, too. Like, he showed up. You know? He's obviously like a guy, you look at him, you're like, yeah, he's TNA, NXT level right now. He could easily be on Evolve. No one would, you know? He could be on NXT right now. No one would fucking bat an eyelash. So he's there, you know? Just give him the time, and that shit's going to go so hard at a PLE when they go to, and I believe Ricky Sosa is I believe he's Belgian. No, am I wrong about that? I just butchered it. I bet you is Pro Wrestler butched it. Yeah, I'm Butch now from like Pete Dunne, Rio and Bravo. Is Pro Wrestler Ricky Sosa still alive? What the fuck? That's the top thing that comes out. Then married. Ooh, ladies, thirst casting over Sosa. Is where is let me just type in Ricky Sosa. I'm redacted right now. Ricky Sosa, and I bet it'll tell you where he's from. Ricky Sosa, where is he from? I'll just type that in. Jesus Christ, get a Wikipedia already, kid. A Rickypedia. What are we doing? He's from Brussels, yeah. So he is Belgian. So, great waffles, but. I'm cooked today, guys. I'm in a fucking
Wrestling's not fake.
So, yeah, he's Belgian. Imagine when they do the Europe tours and shit. Is the point I'm trying to make in WWE one day, and he will be over there fucking banging. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, chat's like he's Belgian, dumbass. I'm like, come on. The Inspiration make their entrance for TJPW in Austin, Texas, be with Brendan Schaub riding through the city like Brendan Schaub are the Inspiration. And again, they were going to do this one way or the other because this is how they can work on their own schedule and make a bag. And then Tone just signed them up to try and hurt TNA.
The best
That's
guy is
all it
Tony
was.
Khan.
That's all it was, guys.
Jesse K, Cassie Lee, the Inspiration.
Jesse McKay, Cassie Lee, global sensation, worldwide phenomenon, the Inspiration.
Yeah, good for them taking Tone's money to just go and like work the indies and then make extra little bags on top of that and just work whenever they want. They can just go, yeah, Tony, we'll come in whenever. You know what I mean? So good for them, man. I'm not mad at that at all. It's not like they're going to come back. Like, I would love to see my Phil Marks fantasy book S-marksing is the Inspiration versus the Bellas for the tag titles. And I know some people are like, that would be the worst match ever. Yes, in like, they're not going to go out there and do Davis and Doyle versus fucking the Young Bucks. You know, it's not going to be a tag match like that. It's going to be just like a sports entertainment. I don't know. Some of those shits rule. The Rock versus Hogan at Mania 18 is like, well, I'm not saying they could work on, they're at that level, but it would just be a match that I think you'd get some good moments out of. And they were two tag teams that kind of got a little pass by. I mean, the Bells are about to win those tag titles, I think, at Mania. That's going down no matter what. But enough about WWE. We'll get into that in a minute. So speaking of wrestlers being added to the roster, Tony Khan admits AEW added more new wrestlers in the past year than ever, which means they're using less wrestlers than ever.
Wrestling's not fake.
Like, think about it for a second. He signed more wrestlers than ever in the last year, and we have to beg to see Camille and Britt Baker, and we're like, where's Wardlow? Like, that's fucked up. Why are you signing more people? Because he's trying to take it to WWE and TNA. That's all it was. It was a play. Signing some of these folks is a play at like keeping them away from TNA. And without them, and look, dude, TNA hasn't brought in a bunch of WWE superstars. The NXT invasion sort of subsided, and they are focused on people that help get them to the dance with AMC. And look at TNA. Look at what they're doing. They're increasing their ratings every week. With Tone, it's just like, oh yeah, randomly if they have a good lead in, their numbers are higher. It's cooked. So he admits that he signed more wrestlers to the roster than in a while. And speaking of ratings, Collision numbers on Saturday were up from the prior week. So 258K viewers, up 24% from the prior week, with a .07 in the key demo, up 40%. So again, with AEW, everyone looks at it week to week. Oh, this is a huge increase. And it's like, all right, man, 458. And if it's a quarter, like what was on before? Like, what inflated the number? That's all it comes across as when we do this shit. And we don't do the quarter hours, you know? What inflated the fucking number overall? Randomly this week. Like, what was it? What time was Collision on this week? Its usual time? Collision averaged 458K viewers. Okay, Programming Insider. Collision was tied with 8 other shows for 19th place on cable for the night in primetime. Collision viewership was up 12% year over year. Good job. So that's one I look at and I go, all right, but it's the new Nielsen shit. So I don't know if it's been a year of the new Nielsen big plus panel, blah, 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 blah. But if it's the new, and then Nielsen changed, like they changed twice the way they've done shit in the last year. So I don't know if that increased their rating, but okay, year over year, we always point to that and go, what were they doing? But here's the thing. If you point to that year, what were they doing years before that? Every year it's gone down, 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 down. Okay, they're up a little bit year over year. Good for them, I guess. We'll give them props on that. And the key demo was down 30%, though. So what does that tell you? Oh, they're all on HBO Max, Brian. That's what that would tell Dave Meltzer. But to me, it's like, I don't know, dude. I think, again, like I've said, this show, you're having the youths fall off a little bit, and they're discovering other wrestling like TNA, like NXT, like WWE. But good for Collision, I guess. A big bump. There you go, right? I'm not going to they had Andrade versus Mascara Dorada, right? And newly lamented 5-star wrestlers, The Demand, right? Took on the Bang Bang Gang. And they were in the main event there, or in a featured bout. So maybe Commander drew them a fucking big house. Who knows? Maybe the key demo loves Commander. And the key demo was up like 12% or whatever the fuck, but year over year it was down 30%. So like, what's going on? How uncool with the youths, as we call them in Canada, is fucking AEW right now, if that's the case, you know? So Raj Giri got into it with some motherfuckers who are like, Tony Khan owns the Jaguars and all of these things, right? And so Raj Giri's like, the Jaguars, those ignorant frauds. And this came about because Meltzer's like, even the 24th most valuable team in the NFL is more valuable than all of the UFC and shit. And I don't know if I believe that at all. But Shad Khan is the owner of the Jaguars. Tony Khan is the chief football strategy officer. Shanna Khan is the president, Khan Family Office, CEO and chief design officer. Iguana Investments, founder and CEO, Shanna Collective. And the hell is a chief football strategy officer is what Dash and Chase says here, the Bang Bang channel. And then this guy goes, how about you Google it, you weird ass clowns? This is how fucking retarded the IWC is nowadays. When you want to be informed on something, you get clowned on. And then when you try and inform someone of something, you get clowned on and called weird. And then when you don't inform yourself on something, it's clowned on and weird. And then when you point out, like, nobody, you don't have SRS quote tweeting this guy and going, yeah, weird assholes. Why are you obsessed with what they care about? You know what I'm saying? It's such a weird fucking, the IWC's so cooked, dude. Anyways, he goes, okay, it's a made up fucking position. And yeah, it's like, who cares why he's asking? Like, I want to know what the fuck that is too. I want to know, have you ever seen the Super Yacht Kismet? So we move along here. And he's like, ignorant frauds. Yeah, because Raj Giri was called an ignorant fraud for insinuating that Tony Khan wasn't the owner of the Jaguars or something. I don't even know why I bookmarked that in AEW news. This just in, he's not an owner, technically, I guess, right? So, guys, we have the finger shay epidemic here that we need to address. What's chat saying? Again, I'm going to chug down some water. People are chatting it up. It's not a real football position because no other team in the NFL has one. Fact check that for me if you haven't already. If nobody else has that other position, then yeah, there you go. Then that's absolutely right. That's a Nepo baby job, and that's fine. I don't give a fuck. I don't think Tony Khan, whether he doesn't affect them in any way, shape, or form anyways. You know? He's just relatively ineffective, I think, in everything he does. Ricochet is not self-aware. Yeah, we're going to get into that. We got everybody, put your peaches with your fingers in the chat. So, you think you're untouchable. We're about to talk about finger shay. NXT is a new transition with adding new talent, and Evolve kids will take time. Yeah, Trick Oba, Javon's level. Yeah, just give him the time. Has Phil covered Ray J going off? No. Holy shit, Rourke actually did beat Jackson Drake for the title. Because of the changes in methodology, any TY... Okay, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm telling you, the only thing inflating Dynamite and Collision numbers are the changes Nielsen made. Now they inflated cable numbers starting week. Okay, hey, I'll take your word for it, man. I just go bottom line, what are the fucking numbers? And I'm willing to believe shit is inflated or less than it was before because Nielsen's changing the way they do shit. If it's inflating them, then yeah, I mean, and if it's inflating WWE viewership too, okay. We're seeing some anomalies, not anomalies. I'm using that word a little too frivolously, but the just with SmackDown, we're seeing like they go to Sci-Fi, they draw over 1 million. Then the last week's SmackDown did a good number with the Rhodes segment or whatever, but the one before that, like Rhodes was on that shit. And it was him and Orton. I think they did the contract signing. It was the one before, and they were both on the show, and it didn't really do anything crazy. So I don't know what's going on over there. But yes, Nielsen's fucking around, and I'm willing to accept that. But just overall, okay, AEW's still down year over year for the most part. That one Collision was up 12%. Okay, that's awesome. Good for them. I'll give them their credit, I guess. But then why is the key demo down 30% or whatever the fuck year over year? These are just crazy ass numbers. Almost as crazy as Marina Shafir dropping Mina through a table, but realistically dropping herself through a fucking table, getting the worst of that. So Saturday, they're coming off the NCAA basketball tournament, Slam Dunk Saturday. Yeah, so were people watching that, and that's why their number was inflated? Like, this is what I'm saying, man. What's their fucking lead-in? How good is that rerun of Big Bang Theory? Is it the episode that George Takei guest stars in? I don't know. I haven't seen all of Big Bang Theory, so is it the one where they get married? Is that... I don't know. What's the most poppin'? What's considered the biggest Big Bang Theory episode? One with William Shatner or something? I don't know. Guys, patreon.com/pro wrestle time. Sign up if you haven't. Sign up for the jobber tier if you want to as well. That's my plug here. And hit like, subscribe. I appreciate you all. Become a member on YouTube as well. It's 99 cents. So let's get into Stinkashay. You guys ready? So talking about Member Monday. All right. Talking about Member Monday, and I guess we'll hit a yeah. And this is a finger show.
Wrestling's not fake!
So if you guys want to hear and see more on the Ricochet stuff, become a member for only 99 cents of either Pro Wrestle Times or Pro Wrestle Clips YouTube channel, and go and watch the last Member Monday. It was a hell of a time. It was fucking hilarious. And basically, we just saw some people were in their chat, AEW Games chat, going off, which, by the way, I don't number shame anybody. You have to start somewhere. I'm never going to be like, oh, you get 2 views. Like I always say, it numbers start at 0 and they go up, bud. So I'm never going to do that. But like AEW Games, you have Fingershay and you have MXM on there, and they have 103 people watching until I jumped on stream. I was like, what's Ricochet doing right now while he's catching all this heat online? And I noticed he posted like, hey, I'm live on playing video games on AEW Games Twitch channel. So I went on it, and yeah, they had like 103 fucking people watching them. And then I was like, yeah, guys, fucking look, people are felting him in the chat. And they were. And then he got the Phil Marks bump, maybe 20 people slid over and were like, hey, let's check this out for a minute. And no, it wasn't. But people were already trolling Ricochet over his MS comments before anybody. Phil Marks was not in there leaving fucking chats. I'm Pro Wrestle Times on Twitch, so you guys would see if it was me over there trolling. You would just blatantly see it's me. I don't have burner troller accounts or anything. Twitch troll accounts or whatever. You guys get what I'm getting at. So the reason Ricochet was getting felted, and if you want to just see more of it and me breaking it down and laughing at it and going off, the whole member show, I was like, fuck this guy. I'm never going to bite my tongue on this guy again because it's just a low blow type shit. Now, I am in the camp that what he said, like, okay, I don't want to see him fired. Like, it doesn't warrant him, like, never being able to make a living and shit like that. But to the sickos, to Tony Khan and the way he operates, he fires Trey Miguel. He fucking, he doesn't let Jay Briscoe on television because of shit Jay Briscoe said. And then he fucking does interviews and says, no, me and David Zaslav are great. And I would totally let him on TV now. Me and Zaslav are all cool. He'd be allowed on TV now. And then fucking Trey Miguel says some shit, and then Tone has to release him. Or that's the excuse he used. It's always just picking and choosing what applies where for when and how. And it's the sickos, man. You are the guys who defend Tony when he fires people for a table getting wobbled in front of him, but then lets people smack people in front of him. And then all of a sudden he fears for his life when a table gets bumped, but then you have Andrade and Eddie Kingston throwing real shots at people, and all of a sudden he's not scared for his life. I don't understand. There were people throwing chairs, people biting people, a brawl broke out. Tony Khan didn't fear for his life. CM Punk shoves Jack Perry and bumps the table, and he fears for his life. So Jay Briscoe's not allowed on fucking TV because of shit that he says. And then Trey Miguel's fired for shit that he says. But right before Trey Miguel got hired, Tone does interviews and says that he would just talk to Zaslav. Like, where do you pick and choose who says what? So I don't want to see Ricochet fired, but if he did, it would be fucking hilarious just because of the fact he burnt the bridge with a pipe bomb and a flamethrower and a fucking, he burnt that WWE bridge. And if he came on social media and now he's in this company, and then after talking all that shit, he fucking gets fired. I'm not going to lie. That would be, in a sadistic way, that would be kind of funny. right? I don't want him to get fired. I'm not advocating for that. I don't think he said, again, like I said earlier, it's like this entertainment business Hollywood bullshit. If you're in the club, it's all good, right? So I said this earlier. Brendan Fraser calls out people in Hollywood years ago for doing creepy weirdo shit to him. And then he gets blackballed from the industry for a bunch of years. But Roman Polanski, they're fucking applauding that guy at the fucking award shows and stuff, right? It's just how the entertainment's business is kooky like that, and pro wrestling is no different with how it operates, right? It's just, what's good for me is good for me, not for thee, right? This guy's cool if we say he's cool, doesn't matter. And I'm not saying Ricochet did anything like that, but the thing is like the reason people are outraged and go reprimand him is because of the fact that the dirt sheets don't cover it, which we're going to get into. They do not cover this shit. They cop out. They wait till the apology comes out. Then they're all over it. Meanwhile, Tyra May Steele has a fucking dream about Triple H releasing her. And then they all have reports on that ready the minute it fucking happens. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Now, I don't think he meant his apology. And I don't care if he meant it. I'm not here to virtue signal and go, you should never fucking... Now, is he a fucking loser? Is he a booty hole poking loser for this MS comment? Yeah, bud. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even funny, you know? At least try and be clever or funny with your shit. Just, I'm glad you got MS. I'm glad your dog died. And here's how you know that Ricochet's a hack. Because MJF and Iron Sheik and Jeff Dye, we're about to talk about Jeff Dye in a minute, too. We're all over that. I'm going off today. When Iron Sheik or MJF, which are examples that Jeff Dye pulls, which we're going to get into, when they healed on people, they did it good, and it was funny, and it was clever, and you actually fucking believe them, and everybody knows in real life MJF's a sweetheart, okay? Everybody knows that. But on camera, and even MJF, people say is hack and stale and played out and middle schoolish. A lot of people are starting to lean that way now. But for years, it worked for him. And, you know, a lot of us question, how will he be able to evolve in WWE? Will he be able to still get over if he can't be like, so you got a small dick, you fucking mark, you know?
You fucking mark!
So with Ricochet, you just know it's hacking shitty because he just goes, yeah, you got MS, ha, 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 ha. Like, it's fucking cringe, man. It's not even funny. It's not even clever. So, this is what this woman said here. Because some of you might be like, hey, Phil, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, what did he do? You might be asking. Oh, so this lady here, Sandy T, posted a bunch of laughing emojis and then says his acting hasn't improved. And some people went as far, some of these fucking sickos who don't look into shit, they're just bots, they're out there to literally create a false narrative. Okay? And you have these dumbass fucking accounts just parodying the same shit. She harassed his wife and attacked his family and stalked his blah, blah, blah. Nope. She never did that, okay? You guys are fucking dumb. You're either being coached to say this shit, or you're just reading Ricochet's response to this, or the response to everybody fucking getting mad at him, and then extrapolating a bunch of extra shit. And that's what the internet does. That's what Twitter does famously. You say something, and then people automatically do a whataboutism, or they extrapolate and add a bunch of extra shit in their fucking head that nobody said into the conversation, and they just insert this stuff that's stewing in their fucking head all day because they're chronically online. And we see this shit all the time. And this is the type of people that fucking AEW and their ilk fucking cater to. Okay? The sickos, right? So Sandy T says his acting hasn't improved. That's like the most chill fucking criticism. This is the most tame criticism you could ever fucking say towards a wrestler, because there's a lot of wrestlers where their acting isn't the great, but it's everything else they do that gets them over. And right now, Fingershay and his wife, they want to get into acting and shit. I'm sure they want to get in the music biz. You know, Ricochet's probably seeing an acting coach right now, I bet. And he's probably trying to like get a movie role or a TV show role like these other guys. And it ain't happening for him. Okay? So this one really hit home, really hit in the old chocolate starfish, right? Really hit home in the old brown eye for him. It hit him deep, right? And he got deeply offended by this. And Ricochet goes, I'm glad you got MS. Now, again, you guys want my opinion on this? Not cancelable, not funny. Again, he doesn't know how he just comes across like a whiny little bitch on social media. It lacks self-awareness at such a degree. It's uncanny how people go to AEW and they do one of two things. They have a rude awakening, or they do one of three things. They have a rude awakening. They completely become unhinged and delusional, like fucking Ricochet, and they lose all self-awareness if they had any prior. And they are exposed like Moxley, like, oh, that's why Brock Lesnar didn't want to. We all used to hate Brock Lesnar for not wanting to do whatever you wanted to do. I mean, oh, we get it now. Because left to your own devices and you're trash and it's fucking dumb. And then, or you just lay in the cut, you collect your bag, you do your thing, you don't get any on you, and you just, you try and get over, you sign on for a long time, or you get the fuck out of there to NXT or WWE or whatever, right? There's only a few things you fucking do there. And Ricochet is the second option there, right? He's exposed himself. And he's a fucking cringe lord. And if he genuinely has friends and family or people in his ear going, no, you're doing great. No, this heel shit, it's really working. People are really mad at you. No, bro, it's go away X-Pac heat. It's like you took a shit in someone's gym bag. You don't get it. There's a difference between heel heat, which, by the way, what's with all of these fucking tards writing heel H-E-A-L? Like, are you buddies even wrestling fans? Why is it all of these illiterate motherfuckers? Remember when Tone had that fucking theory until PWT pointed out, because he listens, confirmed. No, but remember he was like, yeah, for some reason, like the search trends for Dynamite, it's being spelt wrong. And like Tony alluded to bots, and then some of the sickos were saying that shit. Yeah, it's weird. Dynamite's trending and it's spelt wrong. Hashtag AEW Dynamite. What's going on with the social medias? Oh, you guys are putting fucking typos, is what it is. You're doing typos. Go outside, take a deep breath of fresh air, come back to Twitter. It'll still be there. And fucking spell correctly and stop blaming everything on these conspiracy theories and shit. You might just be dumb fucks. I don't know. Okay?
Shut up, bitch!
So, woo! Anyways, I can't even get through this. But he says, I'm glad you got MS. Not cancelable. I don't want to see him fired. I actually give him props for at least apologizing, even though he doesn't fucking mean it. Ricochet does not mean his apology. I also give him props for no-selling the trolling he got on AEW games. Okay? I actually give him props for that. Because why would you sell a bunch of fucking people in chat trying to felch you? Like, just, it's fool's behavior. You just don't, they actually did the right thing. And just by no-selling it or whatever. And just playing their video games, okay? So it is what it is. But was this just like loser bullshit? Yes, absolutely, Ricochet. And here's what Ricochet responded. He said, it's so hilarious that the amount of little bitches who has tweeted and wished harm on me, who has wished even death. And it's so funny, too, because, again, we're talking, I don't mean to be like the grammar police, Agent Phil Marks, grammar police, but like, it's so hilarious that the amount of little bitches who has tweeted and wished harm on me. Like, can everyone stop spurging out on Twitter and just fucking no, I do it too. I'll leave out the word like he and shit like that. I'm dyslexic. No, it happens. It's on social media, but Heel is H-E-E-L, not H-E-A-L. Okay, we all need to lose as well. Drives me nuts. Everybody writes loose, L-O-O-S-E. Lose is 1-O, buddies. Anyways, now I'm getting worked up over fucking grammar over here. But Ricochet's like, who has even wished death and some of the most vile things to me and my wife. Now let's react to this first part here. And let's listen to what Ricochet's trying to say here. He's pleading. All of these people are little bitch losers. Then why the fuck did you stoop to their level and say some shit like that? Stupid idiot. Why'd you stoop to their level then? So are you just a little bitch loser too? Wow. Again, because when you're calling all these people who criticize or talk shit to you, now I don't condone death threats. Everyone does this. Oh, they've wished death and said horrible things to me. Dude, that's what everyone gets on the internet. Period. There's dirt sheet journalists who will call you up and threaten to beat you up. Ricochet, that's the internet. Now, I don't condone that. I'll just block people who are like inciting violence and shit. To me, yeah, it's cringe. Again, it's fool's behavior. You want to talk about fool's behavior. But why'd you stoop to their level then? So you don't really mean this. And also, she never death threatened you, dummy. She said your acting hasn't improved, and it hasn't, because unless you want to talk about acting like a little bitch, and again, man, you're a short guy who does flips. So is my niece. No one cares. No one's scared of you when you talk shit, buddy. Right? So you do you're short and do gymnastics. Okay? There's a fucking women's Olympic team that can claim the same thing right now. All right, buddy? Nobody fucking cares. Like, let's get real. So they criticize your acting. That really hit home to Ricochet because he realizes that too. How the fuck do you stand out in AEW when everyone does what you can do, but faster? There's like Action Andretti can do what Ricochet does, but he's younger, So it's like, no one gives a fuck. So he goes, people who try and make fun of me every day. Okay. So again, people are like, he's just healing. Then why the fuck did he put out this cope and seethe tweet going, but my feelings, but I'm supposed to, but what about my feeling? No, a heel would go, fuck a bitch. He would just go, fuck her and fuck you. But instead, it's not that. That's the problem with Ricochet. You're not good at this, buddy. Everyone tried to tell you this from day one. You're just cringe. You just have X-Pac shit in someone's takeaway container from catering that, right? Like you have people don't want to support you. That's whereas MJF does it. He does it in a way where people actually want to support this guy. We know from the way you and Samantha have talked in real life that you guys both kind of have this main character shit going on, whatever. And people hurling insults at Samantha Irvin, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't think she goes sicko mode, so you shouldn't do that. But that's not what this woman did. So now you're coping.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
And now you're literally molding. Okay? And so he says, but those same little bitches can't take it when I do it back to people. Fucking pussies everywhere. And then a bunch of artards on Twitter, sicko bot accounts, responded to what he said, thinking that's what this person, Sandy, BB, whatever the fuck did. That's not what she did. That's not what she did. And this little comment triggered Ricochet enough to go onto her account, see that she has battling MS every day or whatever was in her bio. And then he quickly goes back to this. Oh, I'm glad you got MS. It's like, you're a loser, bro. Like, you're acting like a fucking sicko. Like, that's loser behavior. You know, now if she threatened you and shit, like you're saying, and then you went on her account, looked at what, and then blocked her and shit, okay, it's everyone's prerogative. Mute her, whatever the fuck, block her, whatever. Even talk shit to her if you're good at it. And again, it's not that people are outraged, like cancel him. It's the fact that Tone picks and chooses who gets canceled for what, and what some things people say are okay. Trey Miguel called a guy, was like, Trey Miguel basically got fired for, if you read the thread of like what people think he got fired for, there was some guy being like, gay people stink or whatever. I don't exactly remember what he said, but he's like being a homophobe. And then Trey Miguel was basically like, yeah, you're probably a closeted gay dude and you're fucking ugly. That's why you're so hateful or whatever. And that's what people assume he got fired for, right? So maybe there's other comments or whatever. But like, how is that better or worse than what the fuck this said? Like, how do you pick and choose? Well, because Tone loves Stinkachet, Dave loves Stinkachet, fucking, you know, Ricochet's at PWG matches, looking at Dave Meltzer, pointing to him in the crowd and all that. We went over that on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week live every Thursday on YouTube. And so Ricochet just conflates it into this whole other thing. And then this poor lady had to fucking mute her account or whatever. Look at this. This person has privated their account. Straight up fuck Ricochet. Because a bunch of people are posting shit like, oh, you targeted and harassed his wife. No, she didn't. No, she fucking didn't. Pull the receipts then. And if she did, someone post screen grabs of it and then tell me to shut the fuck up and I'll correct myself. But no, that's not what happened. Ricochet's just a fucking loser, man. And he just stinks at his job. And what he thinks his job is. This is the thing, and I say this all the time. And James Romero, James here, he's going to comment on this in a minute. And he sums it up perfectly, way more eloquently than I could. But I always say all the time, like, no, you guys aren't fucking with the sheets hiding this shit and the way Tone treats the audience and fucking some of these wrestlers. It's like, you guys aren't, you think everyone's dumb and we're fucking not. And you're so dumb that you think everyone is dumber than you when really it's the complete opposite. And it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, which James Romero pointed out, which we'll get to in a bit. And Ricochet apologized. Let me get to that in a bit. I see I have a bunch of super chats, so let me get to these. Ken Dudley for 2 says, that guy, I tell you, he's the best guy. Yeah, dude, thank you so much for the super chat. He is the best guy.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
The best booker in the land. Ray J's World for 10, huge support, says, I think AEW is going to have to find a new streaming or TV home. I do not know why Tony is ignoring the Paramount situation. It seems Tony thinks UFC is not connected to WWE. Well, thank you for the super chat. We talked about this earlier, and I do agree with you. He's and then aligning with Ronda's kind of weird just because, well, it's not kind of weird. Like, it's pro wrestling. But like, she's going hard at Paramount and that. But he, again, Tone is not equipped for this promoter booking shit. He just isn't. I'm sorry. He doesn't have a mind for it. He's not creative. And people go, well, Tony's a good matchmaker. Anyone's a good matchmaker. You could just name 2 wrestlers. Oh, man, Santos Escobar versus Sammy Guevara. And people would be like, man, that'll cook. You know, you can just name any 2 wrestlers. Oh, man, Ace Austin versus Austin Theory. That would cook, you know? Like, you just name any 2 wrestlers that he could get his hands on, and people are going to cheer for it. So you can really do that in any Fed matchmaking. Like, okay, people matchmake on 2K, and it's fun. So I agree, and I don't think he's that creative in that sense. And I just don't think he realizes that Ronda's really going at the UFC. And it's starting to create tribalism in MMA right now. And Tone is going to be on the other side of that shit in that area as well, where it's on the anti-UFC side. And I just don't think he's being smart about this at all. And he has my AEW. So he'll just cop out and go, yeah, it's on my AEW. Maybe he'll get some money from Amazon or something. they'll throw him a bone. But these days of like this upwards 185 million make-believe fucking TV deals, those aren't going to exist. Those aren't going to exist anymore. Ray J's World for 5 says, I hope that Stand and Deliver going on YouTube, WWE makes NXT Evolve and AAA in a free TV package. Stand and Deliver going to YouTube, WWE makes NXT Evolve and AAA in a free TV package. Yeah, maybe. I mean, what? Like, are you going to pay for it? You know, if we all pay for it, sure. I just want them to centralize everything. As a wrestling fan, when I want to consume WWE, I want it all under one umbrella. Same with AEW. I'm cool if it's all under one umbrella. They don't have to be the same umbrellas, but I enjoy when shit is centralized more, you know? And then Ray J's World again. Dude, thank you so much. Everybody, shout out fucking Ray J's World here with the support here. Massive supports. And then we got more on the Ricochet stuff. I'm not done yelling. Ray J's World for 5 says, JD from NY shouted what you tweeted with the Ricochet MS Gate story. Find me a clip. Did JD from NY, I'm over here now, did he shout me out again?
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
Let me ask you, do you guys have a fucking a clip of that? He shouted out what you tweeted with the Ricochet MS Gate story. Which thing? Because I've been on top of this. Like, here's the thing. I can logically dissect all of these assholes. We just want logical consistency with Tony Khan's punishment and all of this shit. So shout out JD if he, yeah, you know, if he retweeted my shit, appreciate that, bruv. So yeah, if anyone has a fucking clip of that, hit me up and we'll play it. We played the one where he's like, did you guys fucking see that Pro Wrestling Time over there? He made me say hickory dickory. He even did the fucking JD Dice Clay. It was so good. Okay, so we got more to get into here with all of this Fingershay stuff. So Ricochet apologized, right? He apologized. And I liked and retweeted it. You're goddamn right, because I don't think he's sincere, but at least he did. Like, that's the right thing. At least just fucking apologize. Like, I don't want to even like, oh, apologize to the MS community. Like, even that's like, okay, just chill. And then you have people virtue signaling. Like, I saw people retweeting shit like, hey, did any of you guys who got outraged donate to the fucking MS Society and all of this shit? And it's like, no, you virtue signaling bitch. I didn't have to feed the homeless today to call an asshole an asshole. Like, I just can't stand how mentally ill people are when it comes to some of this shit and how they don't keep the same energy for anything. But luckily, that's what I'm for. That's what JD's for. I'm over here now. So King Ricochet tweeted this out. I took out my hatred for IWC on Sandy. And look at that. My hatred for the IWC. That means you too, sickos. He fucking hates you sickos, dude. You're all just marks to him. And he goes, on Sandy and inadvertently others who are affected by MS. She didn't deserve it. And for that, I sincerely apologize. Moving forward, I'll do better. Yeah, just cut the trolling shit out. Get interesting on TV, buddy. That's all you got to do. Now, he was headed in the right direction early on, but then he also took the trolling on Twitter. And it's not even fucking trolling, because otherwise you wouldn't apologize. Well, fuck the apology. You wouldn't have done that cope sesh that I pulled up before. You wouldn't have coped and been like, but if you guys saw how mean everyone is to me. It's like, bro, what is this fucking goober shit? No one, hey, people are mean to everybody every fucking day online and shit. Like, what? That, I don't know. It doesn't mean this. It doesn't mean that if I said good, if Phil Marks said to someone, good thing you got MS, bro, they'd have a field day with that. So you should have expected that, Ricochet. Right? Because you're stooping to this level. Oh, everyone wishes death on me. Oh, man, someone murdered my parents, so I went and murdered some parents. It's like the same thing. Like, okay, well, it's like two wrongs don't make a right. I don't mean to sound like a preschooler here, but that's why you learn those little lessons. Like, hey, two wrongs don't make a right. And like, you play the game telephone when you're a kid, right? When you're in fucking kindergarten, you play telephone so people learn what talking shit is, right? Hey, you tell someone something, then they tell someone, then they tell someone. The story's already lost in translation. That's why you learn those lessons. 1 + 1 = 2 when you're a fucking kid. So I don't mean to be like juvenile with it and go, well, hey man, two wrongs don't make a right. But really though, so he apologized at least, and he said moving forward, he'll do better. Now, as this is all going on, Ricochet was getting felted on his stream. Now, the PWT universe popped in. This is when, now guys, just so you know, you can't just go in with a not signed in account and not follow an account. Like nobody that listens to PWT or watches PWT's fucking following AEW games. I doubt it. But you can't just go in and start trolling. So no, I didn't fucking go in there. I'm Pro Wrestle Times on Twitch. This wasn't like I fucking posted this little paragraph, right, of someone clearly trolling Ricochet. And then they had 123 viewers. I pulled it up on my member show. Guys, go and check it out. And I was like, let's see what they're doing over here. Like, let's see what Ricochet's doing. Everyone's quiet. The dirt sheets are quiet. Nobody's talking about it. What is Ricochet doing right now? Is he just arguing with people? And we're on the member show. It's more loosey-goosey. So I fucking went and looked at what he's doing. And he was sharing, I'm live right now on AEW Games. So I clicked on it. And the numbers were really more like 103. Again, I'm not going to. I got a fever of 103. I'm not trying to number shame, but like, what's the point of like, how much money are they spending to keep AEW Games alive? And it has 35.2K followers and like they get 100 viewers. Like, what the fuck? You know, on a random Sunday, I'll have like 400 people watching me across X and YouTube. It's like, and again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, this shit is better, but it's just like, what are these numbers? Like, how is this worth people's money and time? Are they getting paid to do this, or do they just get a cut of the ad rev? I don't fucking know, but like, what is this? And you see the people in this chat are literally the accounts like on Twitter, AEW Defender and shit are in there, like talking to Fingershay, right? So this is where this incestuous, mentally ill, parroted, they're all probably in group chats together. I've told you guys this. Like, we see what's happening. We see what's going on. But this guy goes, just wanted to say that I'm glad these streams are a safe space. As someone who's had family members suffer from MS, I'm glad none of you guys would ever mock anyone with that disease. I scrolled up a little bit to see this chat when I popped in. And I popped so hard on member show, 99 cents on YouTube, become a member. It was a fun one. And patrons get access to the member shows. But I popped so hard when I read this, and this person goes, as someone who's had family members suffer from MS, I'm glad none of you guys would ever mock anyone with that disease, as it would be incredibly unethical and weird to do, especially as an attempt to build heel heat, which it's so on the nose. Like, clearly this is a troll. And then people are under here going like, yeah, so what? They're just soft. What a pussy. No, clearly this person's trolling Ricochet about how fucking hack he is at trying to build his fucking heel heat. But when I did this, I didn't do this, but when I went to this and I did this segment on Member Monday, and I was like, guys, chat, check this out. And I read this chat and I was like, okay, I'm going to screen grab and fucking, put the little red rectangle on here. I'm proud of myself. But when this went down and when I was doing this segment, people in my chat were a few people, at least 3-4 people, maybe 6-7 people, 6-7 were like, yo, Phil, my fucking friend's mom died from MS. My relative is in a wheelchair from that shit, blah, blah, blah. So it actually affects a lot of fucking people. It's in the millions. I think it's like 2-some million people globally suffer from MS or whatever. So this is fucking funny. And then he ended up getting trolled way harder, which was so fucking good. But they did no sell it. But the people were being funny. It was just like Batista orgasm. I think their chat enjoyed it too. Like they were kind of laughing at it. So yeah, there were people in there. Like we pulled up and there were people in there already trolling Ricochet. And so once the trolling reached like a maximum, I was like fucking laughing so hard at it. Go and check out the member show. It was so good. And either way, moving along. Ricochet got defended by some people, right? So this guy here goes, everyone who defend, and look at this. This is a guy at Easy Marks and then SRS retweeting this shit. It's so cringe. This is why they didn't cover the story. Like, why would you retweet this and then Fightful's not covering the story? And Sap got in some big argument with some guy, some like pro gamer online about this. And I don't know, I think they did a stream or a spaces or some shit. And I guess Sap like 2v1'd him and was like muting the guy or something. I don't know. This is all going down in the IWC. I was too busy for that shit today. But apparently, Sap was like arguing with this guy for like a day straight. And he was like, I was on a trip or I was out of town when this went down. And it's like, well, why does no one else at Fightful? Why is no one at the Observer? And Sap doesn't have to answer for the Observer and shit, but like, why didn't Self-Made? Why did fucking, I don't think did Sports Illustrated post about, like, why did nobody fucking post about it? It's not just you. But when you say like, oh, well, I was out of town. Okay, but don't, like, Sean's explicitly told me, to me personally, because he fucking had me blocked on everything and Fightful has me blocked, right? And so he told me personally, I don't even run that account. So I don't know what they do with that account. Okay, so who runs that account? They didn't pick up on the story. You know what I mean? So I assume that if you don't run that account, you're not making the graphics for it. So you have to understand why people are going to question, and then you're retweeting shit like this. People are going to question why no one reported on it. You can't pretend like it's not kind of fucking suspicious that that's the case. And we know everybody's buddy, right? At least as far as like Self-Made and all this shit, which I don't expect them to break news either. They're just parodying other people's shit, not parodying, but either way, it just seems super suspicious that nobody jumped on it until the apology was made. Meanwhile, Tyra May Steele tweeted about a fucking dream, and 10 minutes later, no joke, 10 minutes later, people were tweeting it like it was a real thing that she got released from NXT and stuff. And then it's like, oh, well, I'm out of town. Or what was Dave's excuse? I was watching CMLL, Brian. What's the excuse? It just sounds like the dog ate my homework to everybody who doesn't have a fucking room temperature IQ. You guys get what I'm saying? So we move along here, and this guy here, Easy Mark, says, everyone who defended the woman with MS from Ricochet, did you donate to her? Did you follow her? Did you support her struggle with MS in any way or donate to MS charities? Okay, all of the outrage was just performative. Got it. So whoever this Easy Marks guy is, no, you're fucking dumb. So everyone who defended the woman with MS from Ricochet, did you donate to her? Did you follow her? No, we can't, because she had to private it because Ricochet made it out like she was death threatening in Minecraft his wife or some shit. So no, we couldn't do that. Stupid. And then did you support her struggle with MS in any way? Yeah, by calling out the fucking asshole who made fun of her MS, buddy. That's how awareness was risen. Okay, there was awareness raised, to say the very least. And in fact, SRS debated some guy on Spaces or some shit and then donated money, which shout out Sap for that, I guess. Donated money to MS in doing so. So, yes, raised literal money and awareness about it. If you want to be like, oh, it's insensitive to make fun, blah, blah, blah. So, did you donate to MS charities? Yeah, a guy got Sap so mad he forced him, because it's not like any of you guys were donating either, right? So let's not pretend to care about people pretending to care. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, people actually brought up the conversation. Okay, all of the outrage was just performative. I mean, not really. Ricochet apologized, right? So who told him to do that? Huh? Weird. And so this guy goes here. Oh, this is nasty. So now you can't speak out against something hateful unless you directly donate to a related charity. Boy, fuck you. And I responded too. I was like, nobody could do any of those things if they wanted because she had to private her account. I said that. Calling out assholes and shysters isn't any less decent because you didn't feed the homeless today. That's a lol cow cope. These stupids are just virtue signaling again. And that's my take on it, honestly. And you have a guy here like fucking Jeff Dye. Now, I didn't mean to pull his card too. Like, I'm not even trying. I told you guys, and everyone knows this. If you listen to my show, you guys know I listen to Wrestling with Freddie a bunch. It's one of the more tame pods. They do favor AEW quite a bit in certain aspects, and they do put shit over that I would say is completely ridiculous. They do support WWE. They don't sit there and motherfuck WWE, but they trash like the corporate aspect of it. But again, they don't sit there and bring up how like Tony Khan goes out there and gets people to chant pay-per-view. Dave Meltzer calls bragging about how good your business is doing when Triple H does it a disgusting promotional tactic. However, Tony Khan, that's all he's been doing, and that's all the wrestlers have been doing this year. Everything's up, everything's hot, seats, blah, blah, blah. So will that be considered a disgusting promotional tactic when they do it? No. That's the thing. WWE announces, oh, it's a record gate. Oh, you guys cheering for corporatism and fucking capitalism or whatever, you know, you guys are just corporate shills, man. But then Tony Khan goes out there and is like, yeah, we broke a record and $1 million gate. Everyone chant pay-per-view, pay-per-view. He's literally done that shit. And it's like, no one calls that shit out. So yeah, they Wrestling with Freddie, they don't call that shit out. I don't necessarily agree with everything. But it's just kind of like a surface level, easily digestible podcast. Do you want to know what I've been listening to? I haven't really been listening to any wrestling shit lately. I've been listening to Pod Meets World. I'm going through all of their Q&A episodes. Shout out to Panga. But, and her husband, Hot Carl. So anyways, though, Jeff Dye, though, posted this, and he's like, how does everyone in wrestling... I'm going to do my Jeff Dye impression. Most won't get it. How does everyone in wrestling understand when a heel makes fun of fans in wheelchairs and everything else because it's kayfabe? But then when Ricochet does it, everyone clutches their pearls. Grow the fuck up. We've seen Iron Sheik, MJF, and many others do the exact same thing. Ricochet posted, and no one got upset. Yeah, because what Ricochet did is hack. Ricochet's really acts like a piece of shit. MJF doesn't. Some people are even fed up with MJF shit. But when Jeff Dye says shit like this, and his response is, how does everyone in wrestling understand when a heel blah, blah, blah? Now he's standing up for baby faces and heels and shit. That's totally fine. And Jeff Dye's allowed to have his opinion. But it's like, buddy, don't tell people to grow up when you're being dragged on fucking line. For literally, buddy, went on Joe Rogan recently and then started a GoFundMe to move to Austin to be part of the Alston comedy scene, to go perform at the mothership, right? He went on Joe Rogan, then literally started a GoFundMe. This guy's rich as fuck. He has courtside seats for the Lakers and all this. Well, maybe not the Lakers, but whoever. I think the Lakers. Yeah, he always gets a box. He always talks about it. This guy's rich as fuck. He dated Becky Lynch and all this shit. But he's like, grow up. Look at this grift. He's recently. This is very recently, a few months ago. He's been getting dragged for. So he started this GoFundMe for $26K. And this guy posted, when you're so unfunny, the premise of the joke is people giving you $26K. And he's like, regarding my GoFundMe post, I thought I'd be funny and rich guys would make big donations and we'd be like, haha, Gavin Newsom sucks. Welcome to Texas. Oh, why are you hating on Gavin Newsom, bro? I was wrong. Instead, a bunch of loonies online went apeshit and lost their minds. Since it seemed overwhelmingly negative, I took the L and removed the GoFundMe. Refunded everyone. For the record, this made me more conservative after seeing the groups it triggered. And now he's trying to virtue signal on behalf of fucking Ricochet. It's just a healing. Grow the fuck up, man. Why is everybody Jesus, you're all just loonies online getting triggered. I don't know. And then you see here, me and Freddie are here. This was at Revolution. Thanks, Tony Khan. Shout out Freddie Prinz. But yeah, they're there thanking Tony Khan, tagging him in it. You saw Jeff Dye in the front row, sitting next to Wayne Brady or whatever the fuck, a little bit down from Wayne Brady at the show. Like, come on. And then Ricochet was on their pod. Just in 2025, Ricochet talks AEW, Lucha Underground, and rivalries. Like, that's your bud. And so again, it's not entertaining like when Sheik does it. And also, Jeff Dye's missing the point. Those loonies, those anti-conservative fucking loonies that you're calling loonies here when you're trying to, all these guys, I triggered the woke left. Is that what you're fucking talking about, buddy? Because those are the people that support AEW, and they get the ones chanting "fuck ICE" and the seeing the groups it triggered. Oh, so you mean like the people who chant "fuck ICE" at AEW shows and shit? Because you thought it would be like Gavin Newsom sucks, and I'm moving to Texas, and rich people will give me money even though I'm rich, so we can stick it to the woke left, man. And now you're over here. Oh, how dare people be outraged over this fucking thing that he said? It's the woke left, man, attacking me and shit. Like, come on, man. Shut the fuck up. I can't stand this. And that's your bud. Just say, that's my bud. It's not like, come on, man. He was healing. Just say that. What the fuck? You got to sweep. It's just sweeping. Your bud's with tone. It's all good. We know. We're not dumb. We see what's going on here. So moving along, that's when Samantha Irvin deactivated her Twitter amid backlash over Ricochet MS remarks. And some people were jumping on her. They're like, oh, she was all into the trolling and shit. Now, I don't know because she blocked me. Samantha the Bomb blocked me. Even though I never went harsh on her, man. I think my critique is pretty harsh, though, how I'm just very realist about, like, whatever. I'm not going to go over it again. I just kept it real about like her music and the music industry and everything. And I was like, look, all these doors shut in your face before you won. And it opened a door where you're the GOAT. You never made it as a singer. You were on the singer shows. You never made it as a flute player. You're dancing, whatever. Your music's okay. I like her song, but like, it doesn't get a lot of plays. You guys melted down and said it was shadow banned. Why are you know what I mean? Oh, shadow banned Alex Jones. The far right, the woke left is shadow banning us, right? It's always these fucking copes from people. Jesus Christ. Anyways, but she blocked me when I was like, look, dude, all these doors shut, and it opened the door of like, now you're the GOAT pro wrestling commentator. And then you kind of just chuck that away to go do music again. And then also tease how you're going to be on screen with Ricochet one day, while denying you're going to be on screen with Ricochet one day. But we all know that's what the plan is in the end. And some people were saying she was loving the trolling and lapping it up and getting involved in it. I didn't see any of that, guys. So I'll click on this article here. Let's see. Maybe I know she deactivated, and that's unfortunate. I'm not for scaring the hoes, as they say now. I'm not for like running females off Twitter and shit with your fucking weirdo behavior, but Ricochet did that to that MS girl. That MS girl, that's talk about insensitive. That's how we refer to her. That Sandy girl, we'll call her by her name. A lot of people though online are just like, it's called the MS remarks and the MS woman or the woman with MS. That's how a lot of people, it's like her name's Sandy, right? But I mean, I don't know what Samantha was saying, so I have no clue what she was saying, but she deactivated as well. She just probably wants a break. Again, some people just deactivate and then come back to Twitter after a while. Just, I don't want to see it if I get the notifications, whatever. So then, this guy, Jason G from the SAT says, don't start no shit, won't be no shit. We already covered what Ricochet said there. And that is when this happened. He apologized, and then all the dirt sheets started covering it, right? So that's when Sean Ross Sapp tweets out, or this is courtesy of him, and Wrestle Purist goes, AEW nor WBD made Ricochet apologize. AEW officials told him afterwards it was the right thing to do. Okay, so all you fucking sickos who are like soft, oh, you're soft, Tony Khan's soft, everyone's
the best guy's
soft.
Tony Khan.
Okay, so then call Tony Khan soft. Moisties. Stupids. Call him fucking soft right now. I want to see tweets under his shit going, oh, you're soft for telling Ricochet to apologize. AEW, did you make a donation? How dare you say it was the right thing to do, apologizing for being a little bitch? You fucking losers. You stupid assholes.
Wrestling's not fake!
I never get tired of cooking you motherfuckers who don't keep the same energy. You can't even follow a fucking train of logic for more than 10 fucking minutes. Yes, it was the right thing to do, and AEW agrees. So now call Chris Daniels and Tony Khan and the Young Bucks and all of them. Oh, they're soft moisties? Okay, got it. Got it. Did they donate? Did they donate? Oh, okay. So is it just fake outrage? Fucking stupid Twitter account hacks? Dirt sheet hacks? So it's just fake outrage and they didn't donate. So they were just virtue signaling there or what? Or was it just, we can all agree it's the right thing to do. So Ricochet, just don't say that or do the right thing and fucking apologize to her, which it didn't even need to be public. He could have just done it privately and that would have been more effective, but she fucking privated her shit. Did you go and like her posts? Couldn't. She deactivated. Fucking guy. So Ricochet is seemingly in hot water, and this is according to the F4W forum. So with AEW management following his I'm glad you got MS comment. So Fightful saying one thing, Tryon Bryan is saying a whole other fucking thing. Do you know what I'm saying? So where's my Bryan dropping? He's saying a whole other thing. So he issued an apology saying that he sincerely apologizes and that he will do better moving forward. Brian Alvarez said, if he's crossing his fingers, they're up his bum. If he's crossing his fingers, well, they're not in his asshole right now. There, Dave. So he goes, if he's crossing his fingers, it's hoping he's still employed by the end of the week. Could you imagine if he got fired by Tone for this shit? Now, I hope that doesn't happen. I don't think it's a fireable offense. I don't. Okay? And I will defend Stinkachet in that regard. It's not even like a cancelable. It's just like you're an asshole. And if people don't want to show up, what does canceled mean anyways to all these people? I'm canceled. They get a Netflix special. But it's like if people don't want to show up and support you or buy your merch or buy tickets to shows you're on, yeah. I mean, that's what you reap what you sow in that regard. If he got fired, I don't want that to happen. I really don't. I don't think it's that level. I think this was a good, like them in the dirt sheets getting checked moment for history's sake, right? A little bit. That being said, if he got fired after he talks all this shit about WWE, thinking like, I'm just locked in forever, which let's face it, Tone would just bench him and he just wouldn't show up. He will get paid forever by Tony Khan. Ricochet will. That's why he's doing what he's doing. He just doesn't care. He has a billionaire protecting him. And even if it's, you're fired, he'll just get sent to Ring of Honor like he's already been sent to, or he will just be like Rita Chatterton getting money from Tone. Rita Chatterton is on salary from Tone for some reason. Nobody knows why. So, yeah. And then now they all have the scoop. They're all over it. They didn't talk about it. They all have to mention, well, he apologized. Well, he apologized. Well, he apologized. Well, he apologized. Well, he apologized for this abhorrent comment. He apologized for this abhorrent comment. And all of these screen grabs on this fucking show, bar like a couple, are 99% of the time sent to me, right? And people sent me a bunch. There's some that'll be on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week tomorrow night, live every Thursday on YouTube. Time Cop. And from the Observer, where it's just like a one sentence, Ricochet said something crazy and got in hot water. Moving along, right? Like it was just lumped in. Everyone just glossed over it. And for people to think we're so fucking stupid that we don't see what's going on, just the IWC as a whole, it just shows you how fucking dumb these dirt sheet writers really are. And for the most part. And It's just bad fucking journalism. And again, I went on this rant earlier. You can sit there and go, I'm not a journalist. I'm a wrestling writer. I'm a wrestling guy. Listen, if you do contract news, have scoops, have $5 things where people can pay you for early whatever, say you have spreadsheets, say you have call sheets, have contract info, interview wrestlers, write columns on wrestlers, have sources, and then especially if you spurg out when people say, well, you're a liar or I don't trust your sources, and that makes you spurg out, you're a fucking journalist. Like, why would you care then if people went, oh no, your sources are bullshit, I think you're full of shit? Why would you care then if you weren't a journalist? Because you're journalists. Hey, I chop wood for a living. I'm not a lumberjack. I chop these trees down, then I load them up in a truck, and then I make money per fucking tree chopped down. I'm not a lumberjack, bud. That's bullshit. That's fucking stupid, right? That's dumb as fuck, and we can all
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Right? And it's James Romero's gonna sum this up, and it's not just Ricochet. It's Dave Meltzer. It's the IWC largely. It's the sicko section, the sicko sector of the IWC. It's the fucking... That's what it is, okay? So here's James Romero's take on this with James here with Stevie Richards. And here's him on the Stevie Richards show giving his take. He explains the Dunning-Kruger effect.
You've heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yeah, the dumber you are, but you feel like you're smart.
Yeah, I get the feeling this is what it is. I think he's a walking Dunning-Kruger chart.
Felt it. He got roasted right there, dude. He's a walking Dunning-Kruger chart. And that's what it is. So the Dunning-Kruger effect is... And shout out Podcast Cringe, who always points out how all these comedians, including like Jeff Dye, have the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? So it is a cognitive bias where individuals with a limited knowledge or competence in a domain greatly overestimate their own proficiency. Let's read that again, guys. A cognitive bias where individuals with limited knowledge or competence in a domain greatly overestimate their own proficiency. This is why I tell you guys, I'm redacted, right? This is why the way I word it is these people are so fucking dumb. They think they're smarter than everyone else when really we're all looking at them like you're fucking a bunch of dumb guys. I'm not smart enough to word it this way, but they lack the expertise to recognize their own incompetence. They often exhibit high, unwarranted confidence, while true experts may underestimate their abilities. So literally 90% of the dirt sheet writers, literally Dave Meltzer, literally
Master need to obliterate.
Some of these wrestlers, like Dave Meltzer, Tone's not a money mark. He's making money. It's like, Dave, you have been writing about this shit for 50 years. That's not what a money mark means. You can still make money and be a money mark. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's just craziness. And that's the IWC is riddled with that shit. It plagues it. And so here is our guy, JD, who is shouting out PWT again, I guess. I don't fucking know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see. I did ask people if there's any clips of it. Someone sent something in. I'm not sure if anybody did. But I think someone sent me a video. I don't know what it is here. Who's sending me shit? Yeah, I'm having people sending me a bunch of shit tonight. Awesome, guys. Yeah, I don't know if JD was shouting me out, then pull that shit up and someone tag me in it on X. But if he wasn't, that's cool too. I make fun of his accent. Let me X you a question. No. It's not even making fun. It's just it's like Joe Pesci, and then when he gets all worked up, he's like, oh, it's like frantic dice, from like old O&A. So, and I'm going to check in with chat, okay? We just got a couple clips to play here. So JD had this to say about the state of journalism and how they covered the whole Ricochet MS comments, as it's becoming the MS remarks, as this story arc has come to be known.
Pro wrestling media is absolutely dog shit. It is fake. The narratives that they peddle are to fit those that they're in bed with. And nothing is ever going to change. Meanwhile, all I see is deflections. All I see is arguing. All I see is this. All I see is that.
I look and see it's not just me.
Disgusting. Every little bit of it is disgusting. Ignoring Ricochet's tweet and then circulating the apology is not balanced in any way, shape, or form. It's protection of Tony Khan and AEW. And it's exactly why we, the subscribers, and us, the viewers, do not trust wrestling media, and why wrestling media in its general state right now continues to fucking erode week by week, day by day.
Oh, go, 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 go. Oh, go. Dirt sheets. I fucked them. Okay, so we have Alfred Kunawa here, friend of the show. This is nasty. Make sure you guys check him out. Pro Wrestling Bits on YouTube to give him the plug. Here's his take on the Ricochet situation here. He summates it ever so eloquently.
Ricochet might have finally tweeted himself.
I could buy my way to heaven. When I awoke, I spent that on a necklace. Oh, I told God I'd be back in a second. Man, it's so hard not to act reckless on Twitter when you're Ricochet.
Ricochet might have finally tweeted himself out of a career. Oh, God damn it. Another Ricochet crash out story? I'm in the middle of another documentary for April, and I got to do another 9x16 about the finger and the booty guy on X? Okay, let's just get this over with. Ricochet lost the national title on the Revolution practice show, and afterwards he pretended to crash out while in character. So an elderly fan in the comments reacted to his cringe out and was all like, his acting hasn't improved.
Yeah, and she's elderly too, man.
Which is true. On Oscar Sunday, no less. Ricochet clapped back with both cheeks and two fingers.
Oh my God. He make it clap, clap, clap.
And he said, and I quote, "I'm glad you got MS." Oh, shit, Trevor. This is not even him being a heel at all either, but rather just a straight up piece of shit. I'm glad your mama house burned down. The day you suffer a career-ending injury will be celebrated. I'm all for performers going back at fans, but this is probably not the way to do it. It gets worse, but I've already spent too much time on Jobber Pinkett Smith. Here's a roast
Jobber Pinkett Smith.
Oh my God. Ricochet.
Holy man, that's amazing. Go and check out Alfred Kunawa's video. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW
best guys,
news,
Tony Khan.
Ricochet news, all the dramas. And we'll end it with an Ichi ni Sanda as well. So, fuck, I got a bunch of super chats here. Ray J's World has been a member for 9 months. 9 Fräulein. Ray J's World for 5 says, seems to me Tony Khan brought Ronda in because she is Marina Shafir's friend. Yeah. No doubt. I'm only watching the MMA match because I like Gina Carano. Well, listen, man, I'm going to watch it because I like fucking MMA in general. Here's the thing. She has been, I talked about this. I beat it to death. She has been talking shit about like Hunter Campbell, Dana White, that's friends with Ari Emanuel, advisor to the Ellisons, fucking Paramount, CBS, all this shit. It's all connected. And they're also, it's on Netflix and it's going against like Paramount's in the UFC business. It's just, it's all backwards, ass backwards, back asswards, as I said earlier. And I just don't know if Tone is really looking at all this shit. He's like, oh, I have a great relationship with Dana White. Okay, well, Dana doesn't do shit really other than he's loyal to his friends. This is what Dana does now. Unbridled loyalty. So who do you think he's going to show that towards? Ari Emanuel or you? Because you guys went out to lunch and he only knows you because your dad hooked it up or whatever. Because you know someone that he also knows. You guys get what I'm saying? Sauce Inc. for 2. I'm a DM you the JD clip. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Hopefully it works, man. I see I got a bunch of DMs. I opened them to check. And I have so many motherfucking DMs to check just in general. But the ones that were just recently sent, I will check. and see if I get the clip there. We might play it on the next show. Do Alex Jones, Ray J's World for 5 says, do Alex Jones talking AEW conspiracy? Well, you know, Joe Rogan, he's actually a pussy. He looks like a toe, and Tony Khan is actually a reptilian lizard lord, and he's friends with Casey Wasserman. Casey Wasserman in the Epstein files. It's confirmed. There are actually black helicopters on their way to his house right now, and I'm here to first report to you that there are definitely bots. AEW Dynamite is a co-opted conspiracy that are destined to make your children gay. And what do I even say? I don't know. Thank you for that. Chris Walski for 2 says, why doesn't AEW have a PR person monitoring socials? Well, here's the thing. That Mega Prek, or whatever her name was, I think kind of had shit. Like, she was their lawyer, but I think she had something to do with that. You guys see one of Sarah Stock's complaints is they got rid of HR and all of these things. I think she was done dealing with hearing a bunch of people's bullshit, and I think some of that shit got abandoned along the way with all the Punk stuff and her getting blamed for stuff and just all the fucking little crying bullshit that she had to deal with. And this isn't making things up. John Moxley went on his wife's fucking pod as world champion and said the locker room's the fucking bitchiest, uncoolest locker room I've ever been in. High school kid he said that as their world champion on his wife's fucking pod. And then 613 tweets in. What the fuck am I talking about? Super chats in twice, or maybe this is just like a glitch, but you doubled up like a double cup tone. And the best guys, Tony Khan. I will give you 2 of those. Thank you for the big support.
The best guys, Tony Khan. The best guys, Tony Khan.
And another one flying in. Shout out to Huge Supports 2. Follow me back, and I tagged you. Okay. Okay, I will do, buddy. I will definitely do that. Let's see here. So this has got to be you. Okay. You tagged me in it. Okay. That's good. Guys, we're going to pull up world premiere of the JD clip. I'm over here now. Okay. So here, let's get okay. I got the clip. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's hear what JD has to say. Positive. We only do positives. And thank you so much, guys. Round of applause for all of the big fucking supports from the PWT universe. I love you guys so much. Dave Meltzer, WON in chat. Well, I never said that. Tony's the best guy. My best guy is Brian. That's funny. Are you like one of the Tony Khan WON? What are these? I don't know. The characters, I always pop for them. So shout you out, whoever's doing these Wrestling Observer bits. So Moxley admitted AEW locker room sucks. Yeah, he fucking did, man. He said it was a bunch of crying bitches, and he was doing them a favor by dropping the title. This is some years ago on Renee Moxley Good Paquette's pod. So go and listen to that. He fucking talked about how he could have walked out and went to the other company, and he was doing them a favor with the CM Punk thing and all that. So it's not like I'm just making this shit up here. I'm going to watch the fights to see 2 rotten bitches, but oh my God, come on now. Gina and Ronda. Well, Ronda's she's kind of rotten towards people when she should be a little happier with her place in life. Gina's just a fucking saint, though. I don't know. Like, she is just a sweetheart, doesn't really talk ill about anybody. The other night, JD went sky blue. She needed the money. Did he really do that? See, dude, this is what I mean. Everybody listens to PWT Confirmed, but like, whether they're a fan or not, I get it. This show's hard to like understand. Like, it might take a little bit of time. That's not in like an elitist way. I like welcome everyone, but you have to give it time. Then you're like, okay, I kind of get what this guy's doing, right? But with like, I mean, come on, dude. The JD Dice Clay, like, he clearly finds it funny, and that's because it is funny, because it's not even really making fun of him. And then it's just like when he gets all frantic, it's like, oh, good. It's like when Anthony Cumia would do like really frantic Dice Clay, you know. That's where I'm pulling that shit from, you know. So when he's peshy, it's just like, oh, let me ask you, I'm over here, you know. You should keep the cannoli. That's not very fair of you, you know. You should get ready for a long sleep at the bottom of the river. But then when he gets all worked up and angry, it becomes Dice. So it's not even really making fun of him. It's a funny impression. So same with I popped Jeff Lane. I was on Hughesy's show with Jeff Lane, and I popped him with my Vince Russo. So it's a good impression when you're popping the people that they don't get offended by it. You know what I mean? They're able to take the joke. That's a good thing, because they say the most sincerest form of flattery is what is it called? Imitation or whatever, right? So anyways, he did say that. He did say it's Sky Blue. She needed the money. Oh, go. Okay, so guys, here's the world premiere. Before we get out of here, we didn't even get to WWE news. There's literally like 5 things in WWE news. Should we do it? Let me know. Ones in chat if we should do WWE news. Massive turnout tonight. I know it's late on the East Coast, but the East Coast is 2 hours ahead of where I'm at. So it's like, I'm over here now. Time cop. Didn't you guys hear? It's time cop over here. Okay, here's JD mentioning PWT, guys. Are you ready for the world premiere? Let's listen to this. Let's see what happens here.
On social media to a Twitch stream by the official AEW Games Twitch channel as he gamed alongside Mansois and Mason Madden.
It's my fucking screen grab. That's so funny. Now, I'm not confirming or denying whether... I mean, listen, I brought it up on my show. I'm sure there's people in my chat who jumped over there and said some troll shit. But again, we're not like fucking... People are always welcome. Even you guys see like AEW stan bots will come into PWT chat, and we don't just like run them off. Fuck you. Like, it's not like that. You say your piece. Call us fucking e-drones and shit. Who gives a shit, you know? It's all good. It's like when you cross into gross shit, you guys know I'll fucking ban a motherfucker if they keep crossing the line too much. It's not like, it is what it is, right? But it's open. If you want to come and be like, you guys are dumbasses, AEW rules, come fucking do it. We welcome it all the time. And I think people see like, oh, the chat reacts favorably. So I don't know, whatever. People were trolling, but this was what I pulled up on my show. This comment, and where I was like, oh, chat, look, he's being felted right now, you know? So this was not even anyone from the PWT universe, but this is my screen grab, which made it to the JD from NY show. Let's listen to this here.
As he gamed alongside Mansois and Mason Madden, as you see there, tweeted by Pro Wrestling Times.
Yeah, it's Pro Wrestle Times, you sons of bitches. You know the name, JD. I know you know the name. Don't try. What are you fucking telling me to get my fucking shine box over here? Show me some goddamn respect. Right? Come on, you know it's Pro Wrestle Time, bud. Come on, Pro Wrestle Time. Then I say, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck what I'm talking about. I just said it wrong too. Maybe it's too complicated. Just call it PWT. All right.
He left this tweet up, and Mason Madden, as you see there, tweeted by Pro Wrestling Times.
My yam bag. Pro Wrestling Times. I like how he lets it sit there. He's probably like, actually, it's Pro Wrestle. Do I correct it? Nah, fuck that guy. Fuck yous guys over there. I'm over here right now. So I'm doing this video. And this guy, Phil Marks, is like, oh, JD, can I suck up to you and kiss your yam bag? And I'm like, get the fuck out of here, you hoe. You hoe. Oh, my God, dude. That's pretty funny.
He left this tweet up, and
he's all over my yam bag. And I'm like, you hoe. Go. That's funny if he said Sky Blue, she needed the money. That's fucking hilarious, which I for sure made that joke already. But like, it's funny if he thinks the impression is funny. and shout him out for shouting me out. The JD PWT crossover coming to a theater near you. Okay, let's do I see the let's ones. I see the ones in the chat. Let's do WWE news really quick. There's not a lot in there. You guys have been coming through with the massive supports here tonight, a bunch of super chats, all this shit. And so let's keep going. Let's keep riding. So WWW, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over here. Brought to you by nordvpn.com/pro wrestle times. That's my fill the shill of the day. 73% off and a amazon.ca it says, but I think it's .com gift card if you're in the States. But either way, and if the graphic changes, there's always a great deal at nordvpn.com/pro wrestle times. Shout out Nord. And make sure you guys sign up. I don't know. Use Canadian Netflix and YouTube. That's where all the WWE is. That's my shilling for the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWWF and the Vision. We're seen speaking with Maxine Dupree on Raw. And on the member show, we watched Raw. And I talked about how what's next for Maxine? Maybe she goes down to NXT and pairs up a little bit with her boyfriend who's on that LFG show. And they switched up the format of LFG to where they're following, like, if you want to call Evolve developmental for NXT, then in NXT main roster, quote, if you want to call it that, it's following Kendall Gray, Nikita Lyons, what's that guy's name? Cam Hendricks or whatever, Elijah Holyfield, a couple of the dudes, Kaylee Armstrong, following these talents on NXT as they try and make it to the main roster, Raw or SmackDown. So I was like, maybe Maxine goes back to that show and they use her as kind of like a reality star alongside Cam Hendricks or whatever. Maybe that could work. Maybe she'll just appear in it anyways. I don't know. Lex Luger, what's the inside scoop?
I don't know.
Me neither. Okay, so but the Vision we're seen talking to her, and I think that would be a great fit if she just doesn't oversell the heel bullshit. If she just doesn't like overdo the, oh, I'm vicious now. And you get a tag match at a Theory and Paul versus Tozawa and Otis on Raw or whatever with Maxine switching sides and all that shit. I'm down with it. It's a good move for her to just change things up, you know? We get it. You were training with Natty a little bit and then she just whooped your ass. Now you got to be more than just like the hot girl with a bright future, you know? Now it's really got to click if you're going to do this. And I hope it pays off, man. The Vision's all good. So speaking of Raw, WWE on Netflix numbers last week featuring CM Punk and the Usos confrontation were down from the prior week. The show scored 2.8 million viewers globally for the week per Netflix data, down 7% from the prior week, 5 million hours viewed, down 7%. The show ranked number 6 for the week in the U.S. on Netflix, down from 3 the prior week. Damn. And then 10 globally, down from 6 year over year. Views were down 7%. Total hours viewed were down 17. Okay, so he sort of just reiterates the same thing twice. Shout out Raj Giri for those statisticals. My statisticals. What are you trying to grab my statisticals over here? So SmackDown scored its largest audience in 6 months for last Friday's episode, featuring the Rhodes versus Orton contract signing. And it averaged 1.419 million viewers, up 19% from the prior week, with a 0.32 in the key demo, up 19% as well. The audience was the largest since whatever date, featuring AJ Lee's return. Rating was third biggest year over year. SmackDown was down 10% in total viewers, while the 18 to 49 was down 38%. Last year's episode featured John Cena's first promo since his Elimination Chamber heel turn. So yeah, I mean, year over year, we have to keep an eye, because even WWE, they're not, the road to WrestleMania isn't as hot. It's starting to heat up a little bit. I heard an allegedly, again, guys, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. This is an allegedly that I was told today that what's going on with Orton on SmackDown, or he appeared on Raw or whatever. He was being filmed from a fucking potato, right? And he was making a phone call and he said like wrestling has more than one royal family or whatever. I just heard an allegedly that's being held super close to the chest. Like no one knows other than probably, I'm assuming, like Trips, Rhodes, and like Orton, what they have planned with that. Now, the Vince McMahon speculations are going to continue, right? Because Adam Pearce was getting a call from a big guy upstairs. The box was delivered and they had to reveal it at the chamber. Now Orton's talking to someone on the phone and saying wrestling has more than one royal family. Is that the McMahons? I'm sure people will start going, oh, it's Vince McMahon again and whatnot. Who knows? And I'm very curious to know what Orton's got up his sleeve. But for the time being, man, I think Mania's starting to heat up a little more now that we're starting to see some of the cards shape up. But yeah, I mean, is there any one storyline that's cooking as hard as like, you know, you had fucking Cena, then you had the bloodline and all that shit. Like, I don't know if there's any one story. And the injuries with the Vision might have fucked that up, you know? And so maybe the music hits and it's fucking, here comes the money. Money, 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 money. Bling, bling, ching, ching, getting money. And then he blows his fucking quads and then Snoop Dogg hits it at people's elbow. Maybe imagine heel Shane with Randy Orton's and then fucking Stephanie and Trips maybe have to step up and there's like they're on one side of like the good guy fucking, we're the authority, but the good guy version. Right? That could totally work. Who knows? But yeah, year over year, it's definitely, and you guys know it. We have to be honest. We have to be honest about this stuff, chat. We have to be honest about this stuff. It's not as hot as fucking, you know, it doesn't feel that way. It does feel like the last minute Drew changes. I listened to Billy Boy last week and he said, look, man, the Road Dogg leaving and all of that shit, that has, you know, some of his idea was like Drew and whatever the fuck, and they are kind of last minute changing things. Who knows if it's true or not? I've already fantasy mark booked what I would have done. They're not doing it, so get over it. Fucking crybabies. And I'm not saying just accept the slop they give you. I mean, really think about it. Lesnar versus Obafemi. What? Orton versus Rhodes. That's a money match. Rhea versus Jade. I mean, that's a big, people want to see that one. Punk versus Roman. That's a big ass match. Even Drew versus Jacob Fatu. Like, that's a big name match with no title. And again, I said this fucking years ago, Drew worked himself into a situation where, like, fortunately, but unfortunately, like, he is so over as a heel. He doesn't even need the belt, and he's in like these heavyweight fucking matches, you know? Seemingly we're gonna get the three-way, the Bellas versus Lash Legend versus Flair and Bliss as well for the tag titles. Lash Legend and Nia Jax, the Irresistible Forces. And again, that was like my throwaway. I was like, well, what do they do? A three-way with, obviously it's gonna be Riho versus the Bellas, or Flair and Bliss versus the Bellas. But once the Irresistible Forces won the titles, I'm like, oh, okay, so what are they going to do at a three-way, I guess? Boom, that's what it seemingly. So that's a little whatever. I don't know if the tag titles are in the right position in the men's side of things either. But Mania is shaping up, and again, you're not 40,000 people both night. They lifted the fucking screening bans or the watch party bans, the blackouts, if those were even entirely real in the first place. And let me just say this too, a bunch of people who defended them and were like, well, that's what they always do, got a little egg on your guys' head, and that's okay. You're trying to stand up for the Fed, I get it, but a little egg because they wouldn't lift them if it was beneficial to keep the bans in place, then they would have did it, the blackouts in place, but they didn't. If they did lift them, if that's really, then obviously they know that it's fucked up, right? Just like Stinkashay apologizing, right? And deleting his tweet. Why'd he delete it then if it wasn't fucked up, right? So, Yeah, WWE lifted that shit. It's all good. Dave Meltzer's going to be there grifting off it. He has his own watch party set up. You can buy tickets now. Bring your flutes. But yeah, year over year, hopefully they get that back. Hopefully next year we're like, hey, these are like Roman Reigns bloodline level storylines again. That would be fucking awesome. We talk about WWE here. And as we move along more in the main roster sphere of things, former WWE star Braun Strowman believes he would squash Obafemi faster than Goldberg, also referring to Oba as just some shot putter. So, yeah, he's just like, I'd squash him. He's just a shot putter. I would talk to Adam Scherr, the Titan. I would talk to him about, hey, would you come in and put over Keys or Femi or one of these guys? I'd fucking do it. Why not? Just throw the bag at him and be like, would you just put these guys? If not, dude, it's all good. We don't really have long-term plans. It's just like, we want you to come up out of nowhere. Or my other idea, which was, hey, do you want to come up out of nowhere and get the Wyatt Six back so that it's equal men to men, and then you versus Tala Tonga and put him over? You know, you guys will win the 8-man tag, but then, or the 10-man tag or whatever, but you put over Tala Tonga in like a one-on-one. I'd throw them a bag and do that. I don't think they're interested in that though. And I think they're kind of moving on from the Wyatt Six versus, what are they called? The MFTs. Sorry, the name was escaping me there. Moving along here in other WWE news. So Hiromu Takahashi is expected to sign with WWE now that he has finished with New Japan. That is according to the Super J Cast. And again, man, sickos are going to shit on this guy. You've already seen it. You already seen them shit on fucking Naito when they didn't think he was signing to AEW, saying his knees are blown out. They just want him to be in AEW. Listen, man, Takahashi fucking rules. If there was a cruiserweight or a junior heavyweight division in WWE, this would be awesome. I quote tweeted this and said, listen, I want, and I said this before, possibly on the member show, doesn't matter because I'm saying it again now. I want the Fed to start Nuge-maxing the way that they've been Lucha-maxing lately, right? I want to see the Fed, and maybe they're working with Noah. That's cool. Have these guys go to Noah, really blow it up. So we talked about earlier, you know, Nuge isn't really doing too great. They're not in a great position. A little hype after Wrestle Kingdom, I would say, at the start of this year. But again, they've been sort of moving away from the AEW partnership, not moving away from doing it, but moving away from like, we're crossing over, daddy. It's a huge crossover over here. And now Gabe Kidd's such a fucking lame dude. He's in AEW now. He's like, fuck New Japan and all this stuff. It's like, bruv, get some new material again, dude. It's like people were behind you because you're saying fuck AEW. Now you're signed there. We all sniffed it a mile away. And then now you're like, fuck New Japan, bruv. It's like, no, fuck you. How about that? But shout out Gabe Kidd, though. But Takahashi, man, they're going to say he's washed and shit. Whatever. I want to see them blowing up Noah. Right? I want to see them blowing up Noah. And I want to see them the way that on last night's 2 nights ago, Time Count Raw, there was Penta versus Dragon Lee, and there was both of the El Grandes facing off, El Grandes, I'm a dumbass, facing off with each other, and there was Dominic Mysterio, you know, and them really putting over that, the Mega Campeon and how it ties to Finn with the Judgment Day and all that. There's a heavy lucha presence is the point I'm trying to make here. And we're seeing it across the board, and AAA and WWE, they've done great stuff together. And obviously WWE owns like 51% of it or whatever. And I think they're working with Noah now, a wrestler who's worked for all the fucking Japanese wrestling companies. Hit me up a long time ago when The Rock posted the picture of him with the Rubik's Cube and the Nuge shirt. Someone who's worked in all the feds in fucking Japan hit me up and told me that WWE was looking, and also, if you remember, this is the same thing that happened in Mexico. Apparently, WWE was looking to buy CMLL as well. They were just looking to buy or get heavily involved, partner up with a lucha company, right? And they landed on AAA. They went with AAA. In Japan, it's sort of the same thing. Apparently, they were looking to buy Nuge outright, or they were wanting to partner, whatever the fuck they were trying to do. They were looking at feds, and then they sort of landed with, we'll partner with Noah type thing. And so that checks out if you look at how the approach and how it went down, what played out with AAA. And also, don't mean to brag, but no Sheets for like fucking 6 months before the Sheets or anybody was talking about a AAA sale or anything like that. Your boy Phil was sitting here going, the Lucha Bros need to get to WWE. It's going to be a hot Lucha summer, guys. Trust me, the Lucha shit. That's all I'm saying, man. I catch wind of a few things. I'm not a dirt sheet. I don't ever want to be. But hey, you listen to this fucking show, you might learn a thing or two. So I want to see WWE, and this is a good sign of it, just start Nuge maxing, man, and just get these guys in Noah, have them cross over, have worlds collide. Now this is what it's like when worlds collide. TNA versus NXT versus AAA versus Noah or whatever the fuck. Have a showcase. There could be a fucking show where Shinsuke takes on Takahashi and fucking Evil takes like Finn Balor. You know, this could all fucking work out really well. Finn Balor over in Noah having a match against Evil or something like that. There's so many possibilities, and I would love to see. My dream situation is Nuge, and I've said this a bunch too. I want them to not say that they're not working with AEW explicitly, but just saying, hey, we're working with WWE too if they want to work with us. That would just be a net positive for New Japan and the Japanese wrestling scene as a whole. And look at Mexico. For the people like, no, that wouldn't happen. Trust me, Japan wants to see Randy Orton versus Evil at a fucking, you know, they would love to see, or on a New Japan show, Yota Tsuji versus fucking Cody Rhodes. Don't tell me they wouldn't want to see that. CM Punk having a match in New Japan or some shit. That would do numbers for them, okay? So I want to see it happen, and you guys can tell by how hard I'm marking out about it. Phil S. marking out about it. So former New Japan star Evil is expected to join WWE, but he reportedly requested to start in NXT so that he can be familiar with WWE style. However, the company want him on the main roster. Evil, you're going to be fine. The match that he worked with Aaron Wolf exemplifies exactly how you can do, how he already knows how to do the WWE style. Like if you do every schmoz there's ever been, every dusty finish rolled into one, right? Every Ric Flair shenanigans rolled into one match with Aaron Wolf, you'll get it. I respect that he says he wants to start in NXT. Maybe give him a match or two, maybe at Stand and Deliver. He just has one match, then he's on Raw or some shit. I don't think anybody would shake a finger at that. The Super J Cast is saying this, so it's not your typical American dirt sheet that doesn't do their diligence or give a fuck. But again, shout out Evil. People hate on him. Tony Khan, again, Dave Meltzer and Tony Khan. Tony doesn't like Evil, Brian. Right? And then they shit on him. They try and carry him. Why? Because he's good at this shit. He's just getting more over with fucking Fed fans here. And also, yeah, he could get some reps in at the PC, but also I agree with WWE. He should just be main roster. Some of these guys just make a main roster. Some of these guys run vignettes. He better not run out wearing a fucking black ski mask. That's all I'm saying. If he just shows up, or if Takahashi and Evil show up and they're a part of Shinsuke's new crew or something like that, maybe Shinsuke leads a faction or something, that could be amazing as well. So I'm here for all of that. I think Evil's with Io Sky as well. So possibly some mixed tag action there, but he asked to start in NXT so he can learn the WWE style. So a smart man. They want him on the main roster because they're probably going to pay him like he's on the main roster too. And Takahashi, I could see him going to NXT a little bit first. However, I would just main roster him too. I would just have them in a faction with Shinsuke. I think that's a good way to introduce them. Maybe that's a hack way to do it. But other than like Kabuki Warriors, we haven't had like a, well, I guess, I mean, if you want to call Gorillas of Destiny, I guess that's the GODs from New Japan, right? But they're Tongans, so we've always seen Tongan factions. But yeah, we get a male-dominated fucking Japanese faction. That could work. And also, what if Julia joins them? And instead of Julia joining the Kabukis, you get Julia, Evil, Takahashi, fucking Shinsuke. That could really rule hard, man. And that would be good for Noah as well. And, you know, the Good Brothers are working with TNA and Noah. You have the GODs, man, holding it down. Like we could see these guys have worked together in the past, and that's important because you don't have the house shows. You don't have the luxury of the house shows. You fucking stick Royce Keys on main event, everybody's crying about it. Now, there's a rumor circulating. I don't even know if I bookmarked it because I was like, I don't even believe this. But maybe it's true. And yeah, I don't even think I bookmarked it because I was like, I'm calling shenanigans. But Royce Keys apparently was like, or maybe I talked about it on Member Show, but apparently he pushed for the opposite. They wanted to put him in NXT, and he's like, no, I want to be on the main roster. And I'm just sitting there like, are you fucking sure about that? Like, I don't know. Would he push for that, or would Punk push for that? Or does Triple H look at him and treat him like Jacob Fatu, where they're like, no, you're on the...
Are you sure about that?
I don't know. But either way, shout out Evil. Speaking of international superstars, Santos Escobar worked AAA. Rey de Reyes injured and is set up to undergo surgery for a torn tricep this Thursday. And yeah, people were saying he was high. And I was like, I don't think it's that. And I even pointed out too, listen, he was selling, but something seemed wrong. Like, I can't put my finger on it. He was just like where he needed to be when he needed to be there. But some of the moves, it wasn't sandbagging, but it was like he wasn't trying to bump correctly for shit. Well, this is why. He has a torn fucking tricep and he's going to get surgery. So shout out fucking air horns for Santos Escobar being a gangster, powering through a fucking triceps injury and having that, because that four-way was good, but yeah, he looked lagged. Like he looked like something was he jet lagged? Did he fucking, what's going on? He's injured. That's what it was. Makes so much sense. It's like he wasn't sandbagging at all, but he's like lifting guys and fucking bumping, and it had to be hurt. It had to hurt him, but that was his big moment there, getting fucked over by Wagner Jr. And then it was like the big reveal sort of like the coming out party, if you will. It was already revealed, but like the coming out party of his like heel persona and whatnot. So makes a lot of sense. Shout out Santos Escobar. Sucks that they're finally running with him. He gets fucking hurt. Like that really sucks badly for him. We talked about Evil. We talked about Danhausen in the main roster. Well, the most evilest person on the main roster is Danhausen, and Topanga Hausen was putting over Danhausen when nobody was talking about him. And some of Danhausen's old YouTube videos are starting to go viral. Danhausen, come on down. He's getting huge WWE. So Topanga, and I just told you guys earlier too, all I've been listening to is Pod Meets World. I've been listening to their Q&A episodes because I've listened to specific interviews with people, and they have like wrestlers on there and shit, and I kind of pick them out, right? I want to do, it's like one of my favorite pods. I'm going to do a Boy Meets World rewatch with my wife and fucking then listen. Like I'll watch an episode. I don't know how they broke it down. Did they do a pod for each episode? I'm going to like listen to their pods after I watch the shit and see what because I never really did that. I would kind of they got into an argument with Maitland Ward and shit like that. So I went and sleuth that one out before. And I've always been familiar with Pod Meets World and like the Brotherly Love podcast and shit. I like that one too, depending who's on it. But yeah, here's a throwback of Topanga Hausen putting over the very good, very evil Danhausen.
This is both Ryder and Will's first ever WrestleMania.
Are we going to address this? Are we going to talk about it at all?
Talk about what?
The gimmick talker, Brian. Yeah, dude. Dave Meltzer called him a gimmick talker.
Gonna go on as if you're not wearing face paint. We're just gonna go on as if everything's normal.
Like, seriously?
I think Topanga got some work.
Well, we don't talk about it.
Danhausen, one of my favorite wrestlers, he's here for WrestleCon.
WrestleCon? Wait, what's WrestleCon?
That's
different from WrestleMania.
But yeah, so he's here for WrestleCon and to announce a new wrestling figure. And I have a figure that's a part of Danhausen's wrestling figure. It's Danielle Hausen. This is both.
Damn, so Danielle Hausen has her own figure. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's awesome that she's a fan. And what the fuck's her name again? Danielle Fisher or Fischel or some shit like that. So Danielle Hausen, Topanga, always Topanga Hausen in my heart. It will always be Corey and Topanga. And she's married to Hot Carl. Do you guys know who Hot Carl is from back in the day? His name's Jensen Karp, right? Have you guys ever heard this song? I should play it. I'm just going to fucking play it. With like Redman and shit. I'm sure you guys have heard this, right? And it's Blau. It's called Blau with a Fabulous, Redman, and DJ Clue. And it's Hot Carl, dude. This is her wife. You guys this is her husband, her wife. Sorry, I didn't mean to emasculate you, Hot Carl. Don't battle me up. Don't rap battle me up here, bud. But this is him. Do you guys know this? Yeah. Everyone knows this. Like,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Please believe it. Believe it, please. Get that.
What up?
Okay. Yeah, nigga switches flows. Yeah, I dig and switches hoes. Hear them niggas snitch the pose. Where nigga pitches blow. And how stated. But niggas can't shit on.
Oh, asshole, you can't talk. Wanna make a gutter? I can throw
this is him.
you off the sidewalk. Why you talking shit, kid? You know nothing about me. I'm another bad creation, like Michael Bivins found me. You
Oh, that's her husband. For real. He like produces their pod and shit. Shout out Hot Carl. So ladies and gentlemen, we have some NXT news and then we're done. We're almost done. There's only a couple more. So Sexy Red will be returning to NXT at Stand and Deliver. So let's see what happens here. I think what you should do is what you kind of did with Booker T Appreciation Night, which we're about to talk about here. I think that Keanu Carver should fuck up her like twerking with whoever she's gonna be like out there with a couple wrestlers. Keanu Carver should like body them and like really get some heat on him, some more heat on him. So instead of like she just dances and everyone cheers like they did when her first appearance at this Stand and Deliver, they should have like her out there with someone and then Carver just like fucks them up. And speaking of which, it was Booker T Appreciation Night. Let's just run this clip.
You know, you got a lot of friends.
They're in Houston. It meant so much to them. Fuck Dave Meltzer. They were smoking on that fucking Meltzer pack at the in Houston for the fucking
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Booker T Appreciation Night.
Here tonight, Book. Tonight.
Wait, Brad Gilmore's not there, is he?
And it's with great honor.
Just kidding.
That I recognize.
And look at the house too. Fucking Dave, man. I love it. I love when WWE just felts these fucking losers, man, just shitting on Booker T. Oh, it's so good.
Thank you, guys.
You have people sitting there listening to Excalibur every week, not saying a word, saying that Vic Joseph and Booker T suck. But Keanu Carver came out and said, fuck all that. Now, the crowd didn't react that good to this, and he didn't really carry it that well. I got to be honest. Keep him off the mic and just have him destroy people. That's where he comes across way better. Not that he's bad on the mic, but I don't think this hit the way they intended. But you have to have him come out at Stand and Deliver and do this during like a Sexy Red segment. I think that would get lots more heat on him and just keep this trend kind of going with him for a bit.
Man, shut up.
And then Booker T scolds Robert. Oh, okay. This isn't the longer clip. So that part's good. When he's like, shut up, they start booing him. And then he talks some more. And then the boos kind of die down. And then he starts going back to the shut up, man. And then they don't boo like they did the first time. And it's kind of like, okay, bro, just get to the fucking, we know what you're about to do. Just get to that shit, because I think you just spent a little too much time. That's such a fucking nitpick on my end. But yeah, go and watch NXT. NXT rules. And one of the main things that ruled about NXT is, ladies and gentlemen, it's Wrensday. Wrensday's back. It was the 1 year anniversary of Wrensday. It's officially back, chat. We're back on the fucking bandwagon. She won a title. Ren Sinclair, our girl, is the Speed champion. This fucking rules. And we're back with a Wrensday. The recurring segment here on PWT is back. Happy Wrensday. Before we close out this show, let's check in with Ren Sinclair, your new NXT or WWE Speed champion.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Get in the lane. I can't think of words because I have none. I'm the Speed champ. Thanks for the claps. And because of this, Kendall, you got to hold up on your end of the bargain.
Okay, yeah, that's true. We kind of made a deal. Okay, so I'm an In-N-Out fan. She's a Whataburger fan, and so the deal was, if she loses,
chat, In-N-Out or Whataburger. We don't have those around here, so
we get In-N-Out. If she wins, we get Whataburger, and now we have to eat Whataburger. I feel like Whataburger is like a Krabby Patty.
You stop. I love Krabby Patties, and you're gonna be like Squidward in the episode where he gets huge. So first one, ASMR.
Oh, nice. They're gonna do like a mukbang. That's not the only banging I wish they'd do. Go. I'm over here now. I'm JD. I'm JD from NY. No.
I think it's a Whataburger.
Oh, JD, quit doing run-ins on this show, buddy.
It doesn't feel like one, but maybe it is.
That looks like toast.
You look like toast. I hope this is big. Here, there's a Whataburger. She looks a little sad.
It's like when people say to me, Phil, McDonald's or Burger King. It's like, well, I like them both, but I do fuck with Burger King pretty heavy. You know? I might even like it better, but they're both good, you know? I'll eat them both.
But it's on the inside what counts.
That is for all the In-N-Out fans out there.
Shut up.
It would never
first off
look like this.
Put it in your mouth.
Respectfully. But like, okay. Really? I switched again?
Yeah, we saw you eat cake already.
Okay.
I'm getting hungry over here now.
Ooh, I'm gonna die. I can hear you chewing.
What's the Jane Silent Bob? Yo, don't you know that? Don't you know fast food makes bitches fart? Oh my god.
What? She said, I'll translate. Oh my gosh, this is so good. In-N-Out could never. That's what she said.
That was a big bite.
That was huge.
That was pretty good.
That's a big burger. Look,
Isn't that what he says? They get in the Jane Silent Bob Strike Back. Yo, don't you know that fast food makes bitches fart? And then she's gonna like cut him with a knife for calling her a bitch.
that bad boy out.
I will say,
In-N-Out could never.
Now who's stupid, you dirty sheep fucker?
I will say this is a big burger.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
But it's definitely not better than an In-N-Out burger. But it's good.
The next thing I brought you is a honey butter chicken biscuit with extra honey butter.
Oh, dude, that sounds super good.
If you know, you know.
So people eat these?
Yeah, because it's on the breakfast menu, but the breakfast menu starts at 11 p.m. So if you're out past 11 p.m., ooh, show that to the camera. Look at that. Ooh, extra honey butter. I said, hey,
that's honey butter.
We
I
have
thought
a
that was
non-believer.
gravy.
No.
Yeah, you know what rule though? McGriddles. Like with the fucking pancake, syrupy pancake bun. I saw everybody in America's getting the big arch. We've had that for fucking ever in Canada. Not forever, but maybe like a year or two. I want to say I've eaten like a bunch of big arches in that. No, I had Burger King for the first time in like a month or so, I want to say. I don't even know when I got takeout last, but the other day I did. I went and got Burger King. It fucking ruled. But big arches are good, man. I don't know. There's this conspiracy theory going around that the guy who took the bite, like the trend right now is all the burger owners take the bite. Like all the burger franchise owners take the bite of the fucking burger and test it out. The one bite or whatever, and the McDonald's guy, they're all like, he spit it out or he didn't even actually eat it. I don't know, dude. Big arches are pretty good from my experience.
We have a non-believer eating this. I said, I need you to make this real good, and they delivered. Thank you, Whataburger in Houston.
Okay.
Put it in your mouth.
All right. It's pretty good. In-N-Out doesn't have this.
There you had it. Kendall Gray said it right here that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out.
No.
Nope, she said it.
I did not.
She did.
A few moments later.
Dancing in the mirror, singing in the shower.
Oh my God. Yeah, she's in the shower. Okay, I missed it at first. I'm like, what? Where's the bit? They're just dancing and happy. Having In-N-Out, Whataburger, diarrhea shits together. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. And that was PWT Live Show. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for listening to me yell and spurg out about the IWC and just what's going on in wrestling. I fucking love this shit. I love pro wrestling. I love you guys. Be good to each other. Eat fruits and vegetables. Don't eat all that bad shit. And shout out JD from NY. JD, and shout you all out. I love you all. You guys already know that. It's late. 4 hours on the nose. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. Peace and love.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right.